Greetings, good afternoon, and welcome. This is the final book study on the Kybalion, the last chapter. So, what does that mean? That means that we're going to talk about the last chapter of the Kybalion and then no more. But that's not the end by any means, because there's a whole host of things that I've got planned for the study group after this. But this is the last session on the Kybalion itself. So I hope that you guys enjoyed the process of reading this book and hope that you can see why I've been recommending it for so long as a foundational text on the occult. Not so much that it reveals these incredible, mind blowing secrets, but because the information listed, because of the way that these principles are lined up, utilizing them in your daily thought process can help you to see the world in a more help you to see the world in such a way that you can have a sense of control, you know, a sense of not really being tossed around to and fro like a pawn on a chessboard. Gives you a bit more authority in what happens with your decisions. hmm So, welcome, welcome. Greetings, Rasta. Greetings, Mintagasm. What are you buying at the grocery store? What's good, Nuru? Okay, so like I mentioned, this is the last book study for the Kybalion. After this, starting next Sunday, I mentioned this on the last live, but I guess this will be the official mention. I'd like for us to embark upon a 6-week focus intensive challenge, basically. And for the main outcome of this is to develop somewhat of a consistent routine of study in such a way that you're able to go through the information at a focused, consistent rate and actually retain it so that you can use it in your day-to-day life. I see that a lot of people have an issue doing that. So this challenge that I've set up here is designed to help you do just that. So I'm about to post a link to just a little questionnaire. And that questionnaire pretty much has all the details of, what to expect with the challenge and all that. And I'll also post it in the chat here. Give me just a second to do that. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Good afternoon. Hope you guys are doing well. I am. My day started kind of slow, but it happens. Just a moment here. All right. Copy and paste. What's going on? Serious Suit 888. What's up? What's up? Peter Gosinya. Is that how you say it? Gosinya? Gosinya? All right. But yeah, basically with the Kybalion, the main point of the seven hermetic principles is to show you that the all is mind, the universe is mental. I think a lot of people get it mixed up because, we took how Brother Panic misquoted it, and he always says the mind is all, the universe is mental. Well, that's not quite the truth. The book actually says the all is mind. If we go around saying the mind is all, um, that's going to lead to implications that, your mind is the all, which isn't really the case. Your mind is a part of the all, but our human minds, with all of its flaws and addictions and distractions, can't possibly be the universe. But our individual minds are a part of the universe. But this book and all the seven principles go to illustrate for us just how the all is mind and the universe is mental. And the master key of the seven hermetic principles is, in fact, mental transmutation, which means that you're able to use your human mind, which is a part of the universe, and use the principle of correspondence, right? As above, so below. That's the principle of correspondence. You're able to use the principle of correspondence to adjust reality how you see fit. You're also able to use these laws not just to adjust reality, but to fall in line with the patterns that govern the universe, right? Because there are some things that we can control and there are some things that we absolutely cannot control, right? You can't stop the sun from rising, right? You can't really change the weather. There's not much that you can do on a massive scale because these patterns are so set in place, right? The principle of rhythm, they're much older than we are. So they're a lot more consistent, a lot more sturdy, a lot more solid. A lot of these principles listed of the seven are meant to help us fall into the groove and into the rhythm with these patterns and control aspects of ourselves as we flow through these patterns. So magic isn't all about controlling the world. The most important aspect of the magic is being in alignment with the universe, coming into alignment with what's around us, because that's true power, right? The wise person knows how to use nature to carry them along, to use less effort, because our bodies can only generate so much energy. We can only exert so much effort. Why not utilize what's already there to help push us a lot further? All right, so that's where we start to get into the principle of rhythm, and we can use the principle of correspondence to do just that. All right. Boom. All right, so I just posted a link in the chat, and it is a brief survey. It's like 5 questions, and it will help to get you started when the challenge begins, which will be next Sunday. And that will be 42 hours of study over the next 42 days. So if you want to do that 1 hour a day, That's fine. If you want to do it 8 hours every Sunday, that's fine too. But the whole point is to set up a consistent schedule so that we can get some work done here, right? Because I know that I have books that are starting to pile up, and I haven't really dedicated as much time as I'd like to in reading them. And that's no one's fault but my own. Absolutely not blaming anything or anyone. But I'm going to use this time to really concentrate on getting my, short-term goals completed. Now, the next book study that we're going to be getting into is Tatwa Shuddhi, as I've mentioned over and over and over again. Hopefully, you've already got the book, or at least plan on getting it. But we're going to start that official book study in May the 30th, which is the last Sunday of May, first Sunday of June. But in the meantime, in between time, this is a good opportunity to get some stuff read, right? Now, I would suggest reading Tatwashuddhi, and I'd also suggest reading Samkhya Darshan, because Tatwashuddhi is a book about the elements and their place in purifying the self, because you're composed of the elements. Tatwashuddhi goes through the process of explaining in massive detail, not overcomplicated like the mystical Kybalion, but in pure detail, just how the elements build up and define the self. I haven't seen a book to explain it better than Tatwashuddhi. But that's based on a philosophy called Samkhya. And there's a book written by Niranjan Ananda, which is the guy that wrote Dharana Darshan, that goes into the Samkhya philosophy. So I would suggest reading that along with it because it'll give you some background. And all of that stuff comes from the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali. So that might be another one that I would suggest reading. Um, but yeah, so many books to read. If you can get a hold of a book called Magical Tatwas by John Mumford, that would also be an excellent one to read. Let's see. Yeah, Magical Tatwas by John Mumford. And then, of course, there's another book that is mentioned in that one. It's called Awakening the Life Force by Swami Rajarshi Muni. That would be another good one to read. So there's quite a few options if you don't have any already on your plate. But we're definitely going into the Samkhya direction, right? Because honestly, that's what all that we know of as magic is built upon. This is some of the most ancient information on the whole planet, right? So damn near all of our spiritual systems are built upon these lines of thinking and these philosophies. Comes out of yoga, right? The oldest documented complete system that we see is coming up out of this area in the Fertile Crescent, right? This Indo-Kush area. But yeah, greetings, Jakari Bikaro. Greetings, Tree Marie. Oh yeah, oh yeah. But yeah, basically that's what sums it up. The last chapter of the Kybalion is just letting us know that the all is mind, the universe is mental, and mental transmutation is the master key to adjusting or acclimating to all of the seven hermetic principles. Mental transmutation when it comes to gender, mental transmutation when it comes to polarity, mental transmutation when it comes to rhythm. What else we got? The law of mentalism, the law of correspondence, the law of polarity, principle of rhythm, the law of cause and effect, right? Mental transmutation is the medium ground to all seven. So the most important thing is getting mastery of your mind. The most important thing is being in the driver's seat of how your brain operates, right? And what I mean by that is being conscious of the decisions that you make, even down to the subtle level, And that takes practice. And that's definitely what Taught with Shooty helps. That's why we're doing it next, because that's a book that's going to help you get control of your mind. It's going to help you purify the influences that have an effect on your mind. And when you start getting deep to this level of purification, it doesn't necessarily matter what's going on in the astrological spheres, because astrology and the influences that govern the planets also govern the elements that compose your being, right? The five elements that make up your body and your emotions and your mind and all that stuff. Now, because these elements are impure, because they're influenced and you're not in control of them, whatever happens that shifts in the astrological realm, it shifts you too. So until you're able to purify and become non-attached to these elements, you're going to continue being moved by the same forces that move the stars and the planets. So again, this is why I taught Washuti is going to be the next book study. What's going on, Alora?
What's up? How you doing?
Doing very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. It's gosh, such synchronicities. I was again listening to another lecture, and they were just talking about that, how all is mind, and how typically we assume our dominant thoughts are the ones that come up immediately, but it's actually those background noises that gives us an overall feeling as to whether or not we believe something to be true.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, for example, if I try to use law of attraction, right, and say, I am making $1 million a year, it may feel good to say it, but there's a murmuring in the back of my mind that happens. Those are the dominant thoughts. It's not the ones that come up immediately that you just say to yourself. So we have to go to all these kind of different levels to sort through what the mind actually is.
Absolutely. That's an excellent point right there. Excellent point. When we say all is mind, most people erroneously say the mind is all. But just like what you said, those dominant thoughts, those first thoughts that come up, that's not the true mind. That's just the surface level. The surface level. And to be honest, the surface level thoughts are more composed of what's coming into the five senses. So, like you said, when we say things like, oh, I'm a millionaire, I am healthy, I'm wealthy, I'm wise, and we get upset because affirmations don't work, it's because we don't understand what's going on. There's a subconscious level that's at play, and that has way more of an influence than the surface level thoughts do. Excellent point. So, I guess the question arises, how do we begin to modify those subconscious thoughts? How do we begin to adjust and bring into alignment the subtle thoughts that actually govern our reality? How do we do that?
Well, basically, I think you do it by, knowing what your values are, what you've been saying all along, and aligning your thoughts according to that.
Absolutely. And good afternoon, Kenya. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How you doing? Hi,
Good, good.
Laura.
Hey, Kenya.
But yeah, the process starts with understanding what those subconscious influences are in the first place. But that takes the process of, sitting down and actually going within, as they say. And what does that mean, going within? How do we go within, especially if we've never been there before? How do we know if we're doing it right? What is what
Well,
does
but
Go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna say perhaps that's where connecting with the emotions associated with your thoughts comes in, because you may not necessarily know the thought. I think a lot of us analyze ourselves where we think, okay, I'm going to change my subconscious mind, and then we go directly to the thoughts, but we don't necessarily connect to the emotions that are attached to those thoughts. And the emotions are what give us the thoughts. Those are our initiatory reactions. That's connecting to our senses.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps instead, maybe what we need to do is look at our emotions and our emotional responses and then go from there.
Yeah, finding the root cause of it and freaking dealing with it. instead of finding other things to mask that feeling.
Right. Because in the end, all you're doing is matching up with what you're feeling, right? Like if I feel like shit, I'm going to constantly be attracting stuff that makes me feel like shit. Because that's all I'm going to be noticing. I could be saying I love myself all day, but if I get an icky feeling every time I say that, or I associate with something that goes along with that, I'm going to find reasons to support my emotion, regardless of the thought that I'm trying to repeat to myself.
So you're saying that the emotions actually have a bigger impact on these subconscious thoughts than the thoughts themselves.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Because
Go
yeah,
ahead,
because
Kenya.
no, go ahead.
No. I was just saying, go ahead, Kenya.
No, I'm just saying, like, most people react based on their emotions. And then, when shit goes crazy and haywire, then they look back and, like, why did I do that? But they don't even explore, like, that emotion. And then it just happens. Oh, it just becomes a cycle. And I know because that happened to me. And then I'm like, at one time in my life, I'm like, why do I do this? And so I decided that, okay, I'm not going to blow up. I'm going to wait 3 days. And if I still feel the same way, then I'll address the issue. But 10 out of 10, I didn't feel that, that same way.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then I asked myself, okay, like, why did that trigger me? And I mean, it's some deep shit, and I realized it had a lot. Well, my situation was dealing with my son's father. And what I come to realize was that it had absolutely nothing to do with him and everything to do with my father.
Mm.
So, because he was never there for me as a child. And so I developed these relationships that would fall apart, like intentionally, well, subconsciously, not knowing, okay, I'm choosing this guy because I know this shit ain't gonna work, but not even knowing it, but subconsciously, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And in a repeated cycle. But then I just, well, therapy helped too, but I just realized it was like issues with my dad, and I addressed those issues. And then I was able to separate from my son's father because that was an unhealthy relationship. And, I was able to accept him for exactly who he is. And we, since then, perfect, get along great. And
Interesting.
my son, yeah, and my son is, oh God, I'll be telling my age. My son's 20. Um, so yeah, to this day, we still like we're a blended family. We all get along.
So what you've come to find is that, like you said, the problem wasn't even anything to do with him, but everything to do with things that happened in the past and relationships and definitions on relationships that you've developed based on past experiences.
Absolutely. Yep.
And again, that's us living in memory, right? That's what we develop our whole reality off of. Our images and senses that we remember. And so we go with what's familiar, and that's how patterns are then developed and continued.
Yep. Because then you start basing your decisions upon your experiences, whether good or bad.
Contrary to popular belief, we're not actually reactive beings. Um, a lot of people like to say that we're strictly reactive based on external stimulus. So if something happens on the outside, we react to it. That's what they say. But But in truth, what psychologists have found is that we're predictive uh, creatures. We're very predictive. So everyone's naturally psychic, honestly, if you look at it. That's what science is telling us. It's telling us that the way that our minds work, our conscious thought is actually a few seconds in the past. And based on the stimulus that's received by our senses, we analyze what's going on and we make a prediction on what's going to happen next. But what's the predictions based on? It's based on what's happened to us before in similar scenarios. So for the most part, when we talk about people being on autopilot, we don't even realize how deep the autopilot process goes, right? The simple fact that we've done something before, whenever we come into a similar experience, we predict that it's going to go the same way based on what we've already experienced. Just like what you described with the relationships, how you subconsciously choose or chose at that time a type of person based on, what you picked up in the past about similar relationships. Nothing to do with it being right or wrong, but just based on what you have in your memory banks. This is how we go about our lives, and we wonder why things happen the way that they do if we never address the mapping system of our mind. It's going to continually play out the exact same way over and over again.
Yeah. Keep doing the same thing, but expecting different results.
And it's difficult if we don't know where to look exactly to adjust that, because like I said, the autopilot goes deeper than we realize. It's more than just going out to the grocery store and giving automatic responses like, hey, how you doing? Oh, fine. you know Working hard or hardly working, like that automatic stuff. Yeah, that's autopilot. But it goes even deeper than that. The stuff that we choose to buy from the grocery store, when we go look and we want to get the Pop Tarts versus the no name brand, that's an automatic process. We don't even think about that.
Right. And now they make it easy for you because Kroger, like, based on your past purchases, you know, here's what you bought. You can just go and click what you want and then go pick it up
Oh
based
yeah.
on your past.
Oh yeah, technology make it helps to facilitate that process. I recently started using Instacart, and it delivers your groceries to you. So I've been eating more vegan stuff and vegan friendly stuff. Now I'm seeing products that I've never seen in the store because it only shows me those type of products now based off of my purchase history. But isn't that how the internet works? Based off of your history, it's going to show you ads and serve you different people based on what you've already browsed. Our minds work the same way. It's a beautiful framework, really. It's I don't even look at it as a problem or something that needs to be prevented. It's just when we understand that that is how we work, that we're predictive as opposed to simply reactionary. We're predictive. So this is why awareness is so important, because the only way to circumvent that process is to remain aware in the moment right now, to be aware of everything that we do, think, say, and feel. Awareness is the key. What's going on, Curve?
What's going on, Trev?
Greetings, greetings.
LVX777.
Most of the time. IDK DKDF says LMAO. Every lady cheated on me because I held on to the fear of betrayal so hard, manifesting what I didn't truly want. Parents got divorced, recorded it as a kid, never reviewed it for a long time. Brought that into a lot of relationships. Sheesh. Yeah, man. That's exactly what happens.
Mm. Yeah, I can feel what he said. I psych myself out a lot of relationships too. Not because not because they cheated, but because I thought they would cheat. You know what I'm saying? Because like I didn't have trust for my I just didn't have trust with people. But the more I become sober, but the more I start seeing like, okay, that's what these things are, representation. Like, because my Mars and Mercury is in Pisces in the 8th house, moon in the 12th, and then Rahu, Pluto in the 4th, and I see how they're all aspecting each other, and those are all like basically the mind subconscious areas of the charts.
Uh-oh, looks like I'm getting a 404 error with my link. Let me fix that real quick. Thank you for pointing that out, Nathan.
It's crazy. We're starting that little thing on my solar return day, bro.
Uh-oh.
I can't lie, man. Some of your questions triggered me. I was like, I don't feel like answering right now.
Wait, which ones?
The thing that you dropped in the Instagram chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I went to go look at it, and I was just like, that's some deep questions for me. Like to actually sit back and think and answer, not just to respond. Like, like what is my biggest challenge? I have to think about that.
Yeah, and that's part of the point. Again, we were talking about autopilot and things just kind of going along. The autopilot process is forced to stop when we address these type of questions. And it does feel a bit difficult because this is the type of thing that we don't normally do. It breaks the trance, basically. We don't like being out of trance. We like being in trance as often as possible. So awareness breaks the trance.
And it's like some of them, okay, you know what? It's not that I can't answer the question. It's more of, I guess I stop myself from the judgment of it. So I could say that's an obstacle. You know what I'm saying? No. Dang, my fault. I'm answering it first.
Okay, here we go.
Did you read that little thing I posted inside the group the other day?
You posted a piece of a page. Yeah, I was gonna say that I was actually writing something that sounded very similar to what you posted, but I didn't want to sound all cappy, so I didn't say that. Karmic influences. You posted karmic influence exists because of a mistaken sense of self and the support of objects of perception. And their absence, karmic influences disappear. This is a key to the healing aspect of astrology. By turning attention to ourself and resting our attention there, we cannot simultaneously be aware of outer conditioning factors. The planets are such a factor. The more stable a person is established in identifying with the essence of being, the less planetary forces will be of influence. Maintaining awareness on the self, the karmic planetary influences, having nothing to cling to, eventually disappear. One of the reasons people repeat certain experiences throughout life are due to their identification with those influences. It serves to strengthen the false sense of self. Yeah, I mentioned that a little bit earlier before you came on. That's so part of the focus training that I've been working on and developing. Um, that's one of the things that I was writing about one of the modules, and then you posted that. I thought that was pretty damn cool.
Oh crap!
But exactly right. As long as we're on autopilot, we are under the influence, whether it's an influence of past impressions or whether it's the influence of external impressions, such as what moves the planets around, right? Because that's a current of energy. And we're able to track that energy by looking up at the astrology. But as long as we're attached to self and attached to the memories and the past and what we think we are, we move with that current against our will. Non-attachment.
Yeah, even when people come at things in an astrological point of view, it's very important to like not come at it in an astrological point of view when you're looking at people. Sometimes let them show you them. And then after you're done dealing with them, then be like, oh, I can see some resemblance with this energy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But now you're taking something that's not attached to something else and you're attaching it. You know what I'm saying? Just because of your own ego.
Greetings, uppity unicorn. So it would seem that non-attachment, just like the ancients have said, really is the salvation, the cure all, because attachment leads to suffering. Isn't that what one of the key tenets of Buddhism is? Attachment leads to suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Attachment to what? Attachment to hell, anything. But most,
Anything, yeah. Because, yeah, it brings, you have expectations, and people always like don't meet those expectations. So you have to unattach, or you're going to be hurt over and over and over again.
attached to how we expect people to make us feel and how we expect people to do this, that, and the third. And we get upset because those expectations aren't met. But the expectations, that's just clinging to the past, right? Us wanting someone to do something that they've done before. But the reality is constant change. From when we started this live to now, all of us have changed, even just a little bit. Hell, the entire world has changed. The world changes at such a rapid pace, we can't even keep track of it. We see things happening in the media, and then like we slowly adjust and keep up, but things are already rapidly different from last time we checked. It's almost mind-boggling. There's no way to keep up with it all. So the only way to do so is to keep up with self.
So for one to say the same, they're forcing it. That's what you're trying to say too.
I mean, how could you stay the same? How can you, like, what? Okay, what stays the same?
The perspective, of course. Only if you don't. Well, for me, what I see is like most people's perspective doesn't change, um, based off of their attachment. Once again, things that they hold on to. So they're blocked from seeing certain things, which I feel like is what continues the loop. Not just the energies playing out, but more of you not being aware of the energies and not understanding the essence or understanding like, okay, this is making an impression, which is causing me to have an emotional reaction, this, that. So yeah.
So retaining an inflexible and rigid perspective, uh, inflexible, rigid opinions on reality,
Yes.
despite data that is coming in all the time.
Yeah. Because there's still people like one person I'm planning on slowing down talking to. Like this one person, I'm not even triggered by it, but I think it's just stupid. But this one person thinks like anybody that's a celebrity got effed in the booty. And I'm just like, okay. Like that's a strong, belief. And he's like, yeah, you can't tell me nothing. This, that. I mean, it makes sense. He's like, not to even, I'm doing it right now, but in the moment, I'm like, he's ruled by Saturn. You know what I'm saying? Easily afflicted by that. Like his beliefs is gonna be his belief. But yeah, something like that blocks people.
Absolutely. Attachment to the senses of all things.
And it's funny because I I try to get this man out of his character, which I did. I said, And I was like, he said, all the artists took it in the booty, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay. Uh, so you're into that type of stuff. And he's like, nah, hell no. It's like that. And I was just like, okay, bet. Who's your favorite artist?
Dang.
And I'm like, and he says a name. I'm like, oh, damn, bro. He took it in the booty, right? He's like, hell no. He's like, you know what? I don't even care no more. And I'm like, so why the fuck do you hold on to that?
Yeah. That's some of the worst stuff to cling to anyways, because we don't know any of that shit. None of us know any of that. We don't even know these people. We don't know anything about that. We're saying that because we heard somebody else say it who we also don't know.
Right.
Anything about celebrities and politicians and their personal lives and all that crap, it's hearsay, it's gossip, it's useless data. And to have that in your mind as like the big focus point of your day, like what does that say about you and as an individual? This is what you're spending your energy on, worrying about someone taking it in the booty. We don't even know these
It's
people's real names,
Facts.
where they live, who they hang. We don't know anything. You don't even know what your girl is doing, talking about some damn celebrity. Man, these people here. Uh-oh. Apparently my mic is low. Can you hear me now?
I hear you fine.
Yeah, I heard you this whole time fine. Tell them their volume's down.
Ooh, burn.
Yeah, don't come at Trav like that. LVX 777, nigga.
Niggas and niggas.
Yeah, dog. It's crazy. I was around a homie. He had to something went wrong with my car, and my homeboy took me to this place. Um, come to find out on Thursday, no, yesterday, this dude finds out he has COVID. So
Ooh.
that's what I call it. So that's what the dude that talks about all the artists takes it in the booty hits me up. I told him like, damn, bro, Jesus, it's my homeboy named Jesus. Oh, I said, Jesus has a COVID, bro. I was just around him, whatever.
What did
And
they
he gets triggered. He's like, call him Jesus. I'm like, nah, bro. His parents called him Jesus. So like, why are you getting triggered? Because but he's just a really triggered person, bro. So I'm like, yeah, he has COVID. I was just around him for like 15 minutes. And he's like, don't take the test, man. You're gonna get COVID. I'm like, bro, shut up.
Don't take the test, you're gonna get COVID. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it.
Bro, I cut off my last bit of like outside things that make me feel better. The only even with food, I've been changing the way I eat, but bro, fully done smoking, fully done drinking, still going strong on that retention, and my brain feels fucking weird, right? Like I have so much energy, but then it's like I can see my brain is automatically looking for distractive things to do.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, damn, the level of dopamine and all this stuff that I was releasing, you know what I'm saying? It's that. So I'm trying to like refrain from all that stuff so I can reset the brain. But then it's like, now the cell phone's in my way. It's only me though. It's nothing outside. It's really, but
That's one of those uh unforeseen obstacles that nobody tells us about because most people don't make it that far. It's amazing that when you begin to embark upon that journey of collecting yourself and holding yourself, it isn't until you really start taking that seriously that you realize the level of opportunity for distraction, of how the senses really are overwhelmed by opportunities to become distracted. There's so much. And on a daily basis, we normally give into it. But when we start to withdraw, there comes a point where you really see it, like what you just described, where it's like, wow, it's almost as if my defenses are extremely low. How can this be? They're supposed to be getting higher.
Yeah, and I also decided to partake into that mostly too, because I wanted to deepening my meditations like past an hour, you know. And I feel like that's, well, suddenly I felt that, you know, those are the connections to me, like not fulfilling that goal of passing an hour and stuff.
Hmm. I see. Hey, Ananya, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. I'm thinking the same thing which you're talking about because yesterday my mother told me I was talking about, oh, this person has done this and that with me, and she was like, you're not studying. You're not studying for your exams. You're not studying for the new job you want because you're thinking of all these distractions, these what people said to you, these are all distractions. You are just wasting your time. And I was like, oh shit, why did I realize this
Hmm.
earlier? And today also you started talking about this. So I was like,
Amazing how that works, huh?
and since yesterday I'm like being super productive, after receiving that piece of advice from her.
Yeah, and we need that every now and then because it's human to get wrapped up in stuff like that every now and then. Sometimes we go so long that we don't even realize that we're getting wrapped up in it.
Yes, he said, she said, this, that, like, what the hell? What the hell? There's like, apart from all of this, I wanted to ask a few questions.
Hmm.
There is one question that is troubling me for like past few days. Like I wanted to ask, what is the difference between intuition and assumption? Like how do we know that this piece of information, this is this intuition or is this something we have assumed?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And to answer it, we should have to consider what each of those words mean. When we talk about an assumption, what is an assumption based on?
Some facts or experiences which we gathered beforehand, and then we are like being biased in the current moment, and without gaining the full picture or full information, we are just making up things in our own head based on the past opinions or perspective or experiences. That is assumption. And intuition is something that it just it just it just comes like it's something in your stomach. It's a good feeling.
Hmm.
That our maybe sixth sense perceives, that our third eye is perceiving. We are not able to,
Is there a way to describe intuition without using words like third eye?
yes, it's a new knowledge which we
Almost as if it's data that comes to you that is more unconditioned versus conditioned data. You mentioned the conditioned data before, past experiences, biased information that we already have judgments about, you know, opinions.
now here's the piece of confusion. Suppose I'm getting gut feeling. Like it was in my fourth year engineering. So my roommate, she was a new girl. So I saw something inside me said that like I suddenly something came. and that we are not compatible. I'm not compatible with her, so it's not a good idea to take a room with her just by looking at her from her facial expression or whatever. I don't know from where that came in, but I still took a room with her, and then things went bad there. But then because I thought that I'm assuming things
Mm-hmm.
at that point, but that was intuition. That's where it gets confusing.
Yeah. So there comes a point in your mind when you're receiving data and you get that intuition. It tells you everything you need to know, but then you stop and then you go and you analyze it and add to it and modify it and change it and condition it. Is that right?
Yes, that happens a lot.
So you receive the data
And
as it is.
then yes, then I get confused. It happens many times. Like once again, I got a feeling that I will not be able to get along with another set of people. But then again, I was like, oh no, I'm just thinking too much. This is just I'm just assuming too much. And then it turned out to be real later. So it was like my intuition was correct. But then I thought that it was an assumption.
Hmm.
Or some people, they call me out. Sometimes I say, oh, I'm getting a feeling that I can achieve this thing. And then people are like, how do you know? And then I say, oh, it's my intuition. And how do you are not how do we know that you're not assuming? I was like, what?
Okay. So the the whole thing takes place in that moment. You receive the data, bam, right there, you make the decision of whether this is intuition or if this is an assumption. So if the data
Yes,
comes to you in a complete parcel, it's all together. If you add anything to it or take anything away from it, it is now becoming something other than raw data.
mhm,
When I look at somebody and I receive that data and I don't put anything on it, it's more in the realm of intuition because I'm not using my conscious mind to define the data. But most of us have this bad habit of doing just that. We receive the data and then we go and tinker with it and mess with it and do all this stuff. That's not
yes,
that's not living in awareness or living in the now. That's living in the past and living in our memories because we're literally filtering the data that we're receiving based on what we have in our memories. But to be able to receive data as it is without modifying it, that's living more closely to the presence of of the eternal, of the divine, of being right now, not
yes,
modifying it whatsoever. So you already received that, hey, we're not going to be compatible. It didn't take any thought, it didn't take any processing, it didn't take any memory or none of that. You received that. But when you started to adjust it, okay, well maybe that's just my opinion, maybe I'm just assuming, maybe I'm just, when you start doing that, you're modifying it and it becomes an assumption. So assumptions are made, intuition is received.
yes. And generally, this conversion from intuition to opinion, or that it happens within a split second. Like
Right.
it just comes, and then it's very hard to separate the two processes, and our mind starts turning. Oh, I'm getting this anxiety suddenly with this new information,
Yeah, and that's where the work
and
takes
now I
place. That
started
split
thinking this and
second,
that.
that
Yeah,
second that you're talking
that's
about, that
really work.
moment in time where that decision has to be made, that small moment, that's the laboratory. That is the now. That's the awareness. That's where it all takes place. Yoga is about managing the subtle behaviors, and that right there is the classroom. That's the lab.
Yes, it will require work. Yes, getting it.
It's only difficult or complicated because we're not used to doing it. The more that you do it and make a habit of doing it, it becomes less complex.
Yes, with practice it will.
There was a point in time where it was really difficult for you to
Another
walk.
question is difficult for Yes, yes, there was for all of us.
Practice, right?
Yes.
What were you saying?
Okay, so yeah, so I'm saying, okay, I will ask another question now that's cleared. And the question is like, I think I was not able to attend last few calls, but it was from one of my last discussions. Like it was about this that you have to visualize that if a negative, like not negative, but if suppose a negative side of pendulum is coming, like you observe your patterns, you asked us to observe our patterns and then see what cycle, what sort of cycle is going on within us, and then just detach from that and to convert the negative cycle to the positive cycle. It was which chapter it was, the negative swing of pendulum, yes. So in that I was noticing my, since then I was starting to notice the pattern in which the emotions and the pattern of my mood throughout the period of 2 3 weeks. And I learned the pattern. Okay, this moment I'm getting all these uh, dark thoughts, and then I'm again getting these high vibrational thoughts. So when the negative side of that came, that the dark emotions came up, then it became very difficult for me to process and convert them into, the opposite spectrum of emotion all of a
Mm-hmm.
sudden. So I want to know how to, like, you have recognized the pattern, that okay, this is a pattern. Now again the negative feelings will come up at this point. When they come up, it's how, like, any tip you will give to detach from that and convert it into a more positive emotion, because it gets overwhelming sometimes.
What gets overwhelming? What makes it overwhelming for you?
It is mostly suicidal thoughts that come up during that time, and it's a 1 week cycle, and then it gets very intense at one point during the week, and then suddenly the cycle shifts. But during that suicidal tendency or the thoughts I get, I become very very hopeless, and then I'm not able to convert those feelings into a more positive one at that moment, and I like get stuck into the flow of those thoughts.
So, do you know just how many things in your house is made out of plastic?
I think many.
You think many or you know many?
I don't know the exact number,
But there's a lot.
but that's a lot.
A whole lot.
Yes.
So, at some point, before it became the bottle or the container or the box or whatever, before it became what it was, all that plastic came from one source, pretty much. We can assume that maybe even came from one particular laboratory or maybe one company that makes a bunch of different plastic products, right?
Yes.
Some manufacturer. So, in the point of the creation of all these different plastic products, at some point, it wasn't anything. It was endless potential. But somebody made the decision to say, okay, this one's going to become a bottle. This one's going to become a box. This is going to become a container. This one's going to become that. And then it goes off and it becomes that. Then eventually it becomes trash and then it becomes hopefully recycled and maybe the process can continue. But there was a point in that plastic's life where it could have been anything, but the person in charge decided what it would be. Every moment of our lives is pregnant with endless possibility, just like those plastic containers. there's a little manager inside that decides what you're going to be feeling, what you're going to become, what you want to be thinking about, what's going to consume you, right? Our bodies are nothing but instruments that are receiving so much stimulus at all times. We're receiving so much data. I wonder just how much data you're taking in right now. And all that data that you're taking in right now,
Hmm?
stop, slow down, and realize that there's endless potential. You can choose what you're going to think, what you're going to feel. It doesn't always seem that way, but just like that factory where that plastic can become anything, the same thing is going on in your mind. Your thoughts can become anything, but you are the one that decides. So if you see these things going off in this depressed, negative, suicidal direction, understand that you can also choose another direction. It might be a little bit more difficult for the factory to say, hey, we want these to be boxes. And then suddenly they're like, let's make them bottles. But it's still
Yes,
possible, right? You can always change it. Just might take a little bit more effort to shift the production.
yes.
There's a lot of plastic out there.
Maybe with
Hopefully,
time, with more practice, with more meditation practice, it will get more in my control. I will be more aware when that switch happens between the cycles. I just have to be aware of that point, I think.
the cycles are a pattern, right? It's a pattern. All
Yeah,
patterns can be adjusted because pregnant within every moment is the potential for any pattern. It's just about choosing a new
yeah.
one if that's what you want.
It's like the cycle used to happen within one day, but then with time, it expanded and into a 1 week period, and I'm hoping that it will expand into a much bigger period with more meditation practice.
So you're admitting that it does change and it can change. It
Yes,
went from one day
it
to one,
has changed actually
right?
from before. Yeah, within one day, I used to experience 5 different modes, and now I experience those 5 different modes and during the whole week cycle. Yes,
Okay. So it does change and it can change. I wonder what caused it to change. I wonder who caused it to change.
me, and also the positive circumstances that are happening.
So it's always been under your control. It always has been
Yes,
under.
majorly.
So I wonder what pattern you'll choose next.
Maybe to switch these negative portion of cycle into more healthier and positive thoughts, and more empowering thoughts instead of suicidal thoughts.
Those are choices. There's so much plastic, so much plastic. Plastic things are
Yes,
bendable, stretchable, breakable, moldable. Plastic can become anything. Anything.
yes, yes, I'm getting it. There's one more question which I want to ask.
Hmm?
Yes, one more question. So I was thinking of using visualizations. So I was having difficulty, generally when we visualize success, oh, I can visualize myself as successful engineer or whatever. But or like but it's very difficult to visualize myself as mentally stable. So if I have to visualize for mental stability,
Hmm.
how, like, what should I visualize myself as?
Have you ever seen a mountain in person?
Seen a what?
Have you ever seen a mountain in person?
Yes,
You have in
mountain
person?
in a person. No,
Have you seen it with your eyes?
no.
No. So you really haven't seen just how big those things are. They're huge.
Yes.
It's so big, like the brain just stops thinking for a minute. Like you can't even process how big it is. Just like money. When we think about $10, you think about $5, right? We know what that looks like. Think about $100, we know what that looks like. But when someone says a million, a billion, a trillion, our brain just kind of stops working. We don't know what to think. We just know it's a lot. Likewise with that mountain, we know a rock, right? We've seen a boulder, maybe. We've seen a big ass rock, but a mountain, it's so big that we can't even calculate it, but we just know that it's big.
Yes. So I
Same thing
should
goes.
visualize myself as a mountain.
That's one option that you can choose to change your plastic into. There's also trees. I believe plastic comes out of trees, doesn't it?
It comes out of carbon. Carbon, yeah. Maybe burning stuff and
Well,
then processing the
have you
carbon.
have you seen a like a big solid tree?
Yes.
Usually those trees that are that big have been around for a long time, like sometimes hundreds of years,
Even thousands.
even thousands. That's another concept. When we think about lifespan, we know what a day is like, a week is like, maybe even 10 years, but thousands of years, we can't comprehend that. But we just know it's there. We know it's big. Some things we can't really comprehend the little pieces of it, but the big picture, the general picture, it at least gives us a direction to go in. And it doesn't have to be right or wrong. We just know it's there. You can see yourself exactly how you want to be. You might not know the little steps, you might not know the years, you might not know how much or how big, but you know it's there somewhere. Do you?
Yes, I can see myself in terms of career or like spiritual development, but in terms of mental stability, yeah, now I'm getting idea how to visualize myself as mentally stable in future, like as a mountain and like cool and calm and like stiff, not stiff, but very stable at one
Very
place.
stable.
Right? Tree, very stable at one place and calmly standing.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the aura of the forest and how cool and calm it is. Yeah, it's a very good feeling. Very good idea you gave me. Now I can work around it better.
The mind, especially the subconscious mind, is very symbolic. Sometimes images do the trick for us, whether it's a mountain or a tree, solid and firm, or whether it's plastic, moldable and changeable. You have the power to adjust it however you need to in the moment.
Wow, plastic is also a good option.
The best option.
Trav, question: why did you pick plastic, man? Because when you say plastic, all I think is like how the mind is like the consciousness is considered like water. So the fact
That's
you're putting water into different types of plastic or whatever you, yeah, that's okay.
that's exactly why I said that.
Okay.
Or also, I think plastic means it's moldable into any form in which we want it to be molded. Plastic is a, in physics, it says that plastic is something that can change its shape. Those substances are plastic. So maybe,
Right. When we think plastic, it can either be a plastic as in a solid thing or a plastic as in the description of uh, how a thing behaves.
yes. Neuroplasticity also.
Right. Neuroplasticity.
Yes,
Come on,
that,
y'all. I know what I'm doing. I'm not new to this. True to this.
yes. It's so, thank you for answering all my questions. It's so amazing that you are able to come up with answers to all of my questions. It's just amazing.
He
Namaste.
reads a lot of books.
Don't give away my secrets.
Without even thinking, he doesn't even, like he didn't think for 5 minutes or 6 minutes. He just gave an example. plastic, and I was like, how will he relate to the house of plastic and house to my question? But he related it so well. Like, I'm so in awe.
You can do it, Ananya. You're
Yes.
extremely intelligent. Did you know that? You're like
No.
super freaking smart.
Thank
You're gonna
you.
Yeah,
turn
I
out
always
well.
look forward to your questions.
Thank you.
Be happy. Keep going. You're gonna be fine. You and Curve need to slow down a little bit though. Y'all just start going and going and going.
Yes, yes. Being a part of this group and having a place to discuss all these things is very empowering in itself.
I agree. I don't have a group like this out where I'm at, or like really ever have I had a group of people that I could talk this kind of stuff with and actually get answers and feel fulfilled afterwards.
Same.
Agree 100%.
Same.
It's never a group. It's generally the person, but not a group of conscientious people who are empathic and who are also working on themselves. And
Hmm.
it's just amazing.
That's the thing.
Not just that, but like we recognize self as something like beyond even that statement, which makes it super cool. Because it like,
Yes.
all of us know that when we say working on ourselves, that it goes beyond the superficial, which most people can't take. So like,
Yeah.
even when you say that, we're all like, yeah. But someone listening
Something
in may not
non-physical. Something non-physical.
right.
Something
We're
non-physical
like,
beyond this
oh, we're
body.
working on self, man.
Yeah. And, it could include going to the gym. It could include the diet, right? But obviously, this group we're talking about some subtle elements as well. Like when Kenya was mentioning the subconscious mind and how the past relationships that we've had, whether it's with our parents or with other people that we're emotionally attached to, they affect our current relationships. And if we never address that, they keep repeating. So working on ourselves also includes managing those automatic reactions. Sheesh.
Yeah, we're literally changing our patterns of thought and of being. We're changing our patterns because I think all of us here want to transcend beyond our own limitations, which is kind of what brings us together because for other we're looking for ways to really get a better connection to what's going on, and like where we are. And I think and who we are, right? So I think um yeah, it like all of a sudden all the lifestyle just starts to change kind of automatically just due to this type of research.
Automatically. How can you not transform if you're looking at the programming of self, how the mind operates? We never look at it before. Most people don't even care. And like you said, they run away from it. They can't handle it. But for us, taking you know, the mantle of this adventure, of this journey, it changes us.
Well, and what's interesting, so I go into massage school, right? And and they got into the history of massage. And I went into, and it put me into a deep rabbit hole of ancient medicine and looking into that, right? Because it goes straight to the Vedic practices coming from India and how it spread throughout Asia. Then there was Kamat, and all these ancient practices. And it appears to me that, as we talk about cycles of consciousness, that these types of discussions have been discussions that people have gone over and over and over again for literally thousands of years, but only specific people who belong to a type of medicinal culture. Like that's what we're practicing right now, is a type of medicinal culture. It's the medicine of self-actualization and true healing and true transcendence. And that's where you get your mystery schools. That's where you get your Vedas. That's why people migrated thousands of miles to different countries. Well, I don't know if they're necessarily different countries at that time, but different nations, different kingdoms to exchange this kind of information. So we're literally recreating what was happening in history. And, you know, just to think, like thousands of years from now, you know, certain people are going to be having these same conversations. They're going to be repeating that cycle. And what we're discussing here today is going to continue that discussion, except perhaps within a different context or perhaps within a different environment. But it's still creating that same frequency and that same wavelength. To me, that's just mind blowing. Like we are. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I mean, I was just saying, like we are literally the practicing Vedas. Like we are the people. We are the people that others read about and wonder, man, how did they do that? That we are the ones who are initiating that cycle.
Really, that sounds really cool.
That's what I was gonna say. We are what, and even like you said, in the future they're going to be continuing this. Well, we are continuing what was done already. It's infinite. This little pocket of reality that we are collectively experiencing here, this group, these discussions, the people who collectively merge here once or twice a week, sometimes more. We're continuing something that has been set in motion since before manifested reality. It sounds grand and big, but I like grand and big. It's true.
Me too. Me too. And we're all so damn humble about it too, because when you actually come to that realization, you're like, God, I don't know anything.
You have to be humble with this type of info.
Oh my God, yeah.
You can see clearly what happens if you're not. Because see, that's the beautiful thing. To have that self-analysis and starting to whittle away and break down that ego, it makes room for more precise, granular data. We couldn't reach the heights that we go to with this if we didn't diminish that ego. It has to come together. And you'll see people who don't diminish the ego, they have a limit. They can't go this far. They can even be in this presence and hear these words and that won't penetrate because the ego is so thick, like a callus on the bottom of a foot.
Yeah, like we're melting the plastic and they're just stuck in it thinking the plastic is their whole world.
Yeah.
Like they're like in a Dasani water bottle and we're all like, man, fuck this, taking a lighter to it, boiling from the inside, melting that shit. But yeah, it's true. Like yeah.
The mind is all the mind is all, the universe is mental.
Yeah.
All is mind, the universe is mental.
Right.
Mind is
right.
all.
Yeah. And now I understand too why they have to have ashrams or different places of study. Cause like I sound like a total weirdo when I'm talking to people now. Cause someone will bring up some crazy shit and I'll be like, yeah, that could be happening. Is it manifest or unmanifest? Do you know? It's too much.
After a while, you just kind of, you know when to not bring it up, which is most of the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm learning right now. I'm learning how to be more mindful with my responses because I'm such a showy person. I really, anytime I learn something, immediately I'm like, oh my God, everyone look. And the issue with that is, you know, and actually that's one of the biggest things that occult and real magic has taught me is that you just cannot, some things are really just meant for your progression. not for others. Let others find that on their own.
Right, at their own time. Because like I said, even if you give it to them, it can't penetrate because their vessel isn't quite ready. The water's the same. The water doesn't change. Even if you make Coca-Cola or Kool-Aid, at some point it will be separated, you know? But it's the container. Can the container handle it? Is the plastic shaped just right?
Yeah, and that may not be their karma. Like, that's got me thinking about karma in a completely new manner as well. I think that's where, like, I think perspective definitely changes as an automatic response because you change your reality. So there's no possible way that you can see things the same way as you used to, nor can you see people the same way as you used to. You know, like Curve was saying, he's realizing he needs to distance himself from this kind of person because it's kind of rough talking to him.
It's not even as rough because it doesn't trigger me or anything. Hi, Alex. It's not as rough because it doesn't trigger me or anything, but it's just like, it's like we're having a Tomasic conversation. You know, it's not going anywhere.
The conversation is heavy.
Hella heavy.
Not in a good way.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting there like, damn, bro, really?
Yeah. But you see,
like, you got a lot of
that's
plastic, bro.
But see, that's something that you're able to perceive. Whereas maybe like years ago, like I know for myself, I would have been like, oh, this is deep shit. You know?
Yeah, facts. If the
But now
trigonometry hits it from the angular, yeah, that's deep, brother.
Okay, check. Hey, Alex,
Hello.
how are you?
Hopefully trying to not be on the toilet all day from having this. So
nice.
That sounds relieving.
Oh no, it's not.
Relieving. Who says I'm relieved after that?
No, I'm
After some pooping? You don't get relieved after pooping?
I mean, like, the thought doesn't come to my
There's a
conscious
point.
mind. I'm relieved.
Pause. All right,
Says
pause.
Look, for some advanced occultists, why do we keep gravitating toward poop and butt? Why does that keep happening? I'm gonna blame somebody specific.
We're so advanced.
Nanya, earlier you brought up that you go through, you know, the certain amount of thoughts, and I used to go through the same thing like 3-4 months ago. But what helps me is knowing that the work I'm doing is automatically going to change it. So whenever I used to have like deep like suicidal thoughts in a way, I would just well, not now because I don't have them as much, but like my process was I would just sit in it, but I would not attach myself to the thoughts, because it's like, I think it's like the thoughts that we tend to have is like aiming towards us. So then we become attached to it because we think it's true. And that's what would cause, for me, that's what would cause the that suicidal thoughts to be prevalent and last longer within the mind. But when I just sit in it and just like let it be, because I know it's like it's a habitual way of thinking, and I just sit in it and don't let it affect me, it slowly disperses by itself. So yeah, because I used to go through the same thing, but it's not even prevalent. If it comes up, it's probably for like 30 seconds and I'm just laughing at it, you know? Or I smile, like I'm smiling in the face of the thought now. So it's just different.
That's thanks for sharing, KJ. Because now, just when you mentioned it, I realized that I struggle to kick them out of my head, and the more I struggle, they don't go out. Yeah. So if I just sit and let them be, as you mentioned, then maybe they will, not maybe, I'm sure they will disperse faster.
You know, that's like the whole process too. I think that we're all doing. Like,
Yeah.
just get like realizing that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, I was just briefly gonna say, like, whenever I've had those thoughts before, something that I've come to realize was like, oh, I don't actually want to die. I just want to feel okay. I just want like my problems to go away. It's more like, I wish I knew that, like, whenever I've had those thoughts, I'm like, oh, I wish I knew how to deal with this. Don't actually want to die. So yeah.
That's also good.
And I would also say this: these thoughts really occur when things are not happening the way we want it to happen.
Yeah.
That's when it like really occurs too, or it's either
Sometimes
that,
randomly.
yeah,
Sometimes randomly for no reason. For no reason. Oh, I'm bored. I'm feeling so bored of all this thing.
Yeah, there's there's a meditation that I've been doing that's led by Swami, oh Lord, Nachinananda. Oh Lord, here we go again, trying to pronounce his name. The guy who wrote Tantric Yoga. Swami Anajananda. Nanajananda.
He wrote Dharana Darshan.
Yep.
Niranjanan. Even I am not brought
Oh,
into
not
this
you
now.
too, Anand. You're supposed to know this. Niranjan.
Niranjananand.
Anand.
Niranjananand. Niranjananand. Yes, got it.
There's a lot there, man.
His birth name.
Anand.
His birth name was Niranjan. So all of them have Ananda at the end of it. So his name is Niranjan Ananda.
Niranjananand.
Nirajana. Okay.
Say
I've been
it
listening.
like. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Niranjan Niranand.
Niranjan Anand. Simple.
Niranjan
Ananya, you're not
Ananda.
allowed. You're not allowed
Yes.
to get that wrong, Ananya. We have an excuse. You don't have an excuse.
Yeah, that's facts. I was like,
Hold on.
damn, Ananya, your name is very close to them. You know what I'm saying? Ananda, Ananya. Come on now.
That's why I broke it. There is a lot of N in that. It's like Niranjan Anand.
Yeah, okay. Swami
Niranjan.
Nirajanananda was
Niranjan
oh
Anand.
man. Okay. Swami. All right. Nirajanananda.
Break it into two. Break it into two and then say. Then Niranjan Anand.
Breathe.
Niryanjan.
Anand.
Niryanjan.
Niranjan. Niranjan.
Niranjan.
Nirajandananda.
Niranjan Ananda.
Nirajan Ananda.
Yeah, it's quite
Swami
close.
Nirajanananda.
You add extra syllables.
Oh, apparently I am.
So what
Cute.
did he say? What did he say?
Okay,
in his
so
book?
his
his name is
okay.
Dharana Darshan.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. And and
I was like, this is gonna go on for an hour.
for sure. It's gonna be a whole study group over. We'll all learn how to pronounce this guy's name. But he's been doing I've been doing one of these meditations with him where you sit in a meditative stance and you focus on what the mind is doing, but you stay still and you just observe as the witness all of your thoughts. And one of the sayings that he says that's really sticking in my head is when you get lost in a thought, you say to yourself, I know that I am thinking, I know that I am feeling, I know that I am not involved in the processing of this thought. I am solely the witness. And that's really woken me up to all of the intense negative thoughts that happen, that occur. Because at the same time that those exist, there is also an even more consistent role of that inner peace and thoughtlessness that exists. And last night, well, like while I was training, I was getting my ass kicked. And, I felt like, all the negative thoughts started coming up. I started getting angry, right? I felt like, I spent all this time training and for what, you know, I just suck, blah, blah, blah. And within that, I thought, okay, maybe, you know, that came up for me where it was like, maybe my process tonight is not actually working on winning or getting better physically, but instead getting better mentally, in the sense of observing these thoughts that come and then separating from them as a witness and going back to my thoughtlessness as all of this chaos is going on around me. And that helped a lot, like a lot. It's really changing my perspective on things. I think the meditation is called Arjuna or something like that, or Sadhana. I'll have to look it up. I'll put it in the chat, but it's a fantastic process, and it's really been helping me kind of slow down and just separate my thoughts and recognize that there's always going to be a constant flow of thoughts, because the all is mental, and in our condensed form, we have all of these mentalities that sift in and out of our flow of consciousness. So it's good to kind of separate that and not identify with those. And that's a practice all on its own that I've been kind of taking on, but it's really helped me in that focus. So yeah, I'll put it in the chat, but
Is it available on YouTube?
it is. Yeah, he's got a beginner and advanced. I started with the advanced, and I would say start with the beginner.
Yes.
Beginner is much better if you're starting out.
Really good. Thank you. And that's a YouTube video as opposed to.
Yeah, I'm going to put it in the chat so you guys can see it.
Okay. The witness, man. That type of thought process always leads me to think about being some kind of invisible pilot in this meat bone mech suit.
Antarmana, that's what it's called. Sorry, Antarmana.
Antarmona, yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's in a lot of these books as well. That's in Dharana Darshan and in Kundalini Tantra. Antarmona. Antarmona.
Yeah, it's amazing how many thoughts we identify with as ourselves. And that doesn't exist.
Absolutely right. Not only do these thoughts that we identify with not exist, they're also incomplete thoughts. They're incomplete, they're biased, they're distorted, they're generalized. The information is damn right incorrect. It's absolutely incorrect. And we use this incorrect information to say, this is me. This is who I am in this world. But it isn't until we go back and analyze that information that we realize, I can't be these things because these things aren't even, the information isn't even all here. Take any descriptive thing about yourself. Give me an example.
Wait, me or anyone?
Apparently no one.
Okay, a descriptive thing about ourselves?
We identify with these thoughts, right? We identify with information and data that we think is us. What's an example of that data?
Go ahead.
I'm black, right? That's what the paperwork will say.
Ooh, here's a good NLP one. I'm a therapist.
Oh. So what is a therapist?
It's someone who helps someone else unblock. Well, and didn't I just use that to identify myself? instead of
Mhm.
I am doing therapy.
Yeah. So we're identifying ourselves as behaviors.
Yeah.
I can
I'm
see how
black is
that can be.
different though, I think.
Yeah. Why is it different?
Because it's not a verb. Well, because if we talk about cultural context, right, it would be a verb.
Well, shit.
But
Culture is a massive generalization, anyways. But who told me I'm black? Where did I get that? Was I born black? Did I
right,
learn that? Does it matter outside of the English language? Does it matter outside of, this structure of Western society? If I was on a battlefield somewhere, if I was floating out in space, if I was underwater and there's no one around me but fishes, does that matter? A lot of the terms that we identify with and consider ourselves as us is purely contextual. Does my sexuality matter if there's no other human beings present in my daily life? Do my opinions matter? Does anything matter? What
It's
is
funny that
value?
you say that.
Why is it funny?
Because when you said my opinions matter, all I think about is Black Lives Matter. Nah, nigga, y'all opinions is what y'all want to matter.
Who said Black Lives Matter? Matter to who? It implies that Black lives never mattered. Like, there's so many different ways to address these assumptions. These assumptions that are created from deleted data, distorted data, generalized data. Just like the plastic in Ananya's factory, every moment is pregnant with every possibility. In order for us to get to where we are right here, right now, whether we're talking on this video chat with each other or just listening in order for us to get here, we have to have had delete and distorted so many other pieces of data. But every possibility is still there somewhere, floating out there, unrecognized. Everything is there. Awareness, nirvana, samadhi, all those things are always there. Purusha, prakriti, everything is here. Always here. Always. It's just what are we singling out? What are we zoned into? What are we identifying with? It isn't until we release these attachments that we can start to realize that everything is everything. Are y'all still with me?
yeah, I didn't want to interrupt anyone.
Oh, my internet
Yes,
went out, so I
slowly
thought
trying
that
to
my Zoom went out as well.
process.
You'd even freeze not once. That's crazy.
Oh, really? Yeah, my music stopped and
No.
everything. I'm like, oh, are they shutting me down again? But yeah, that's the whole thing that I've been learning from doing my mantra, the Maha Mrityunjaya mantra. Like, I'm starting. I've gotten my 100,000 hours or 100,000 repetitions in, so now I'm really starting to see the deeper layers of the mantra. And honestly, it's more than just sweet words and poetry. It's a scientific equation. It's a description of ultimate reality. Om itself, when you really break that down, you start to see the nature of this whole experience. Om is a three-part experience of unmanifest, peak of manifestation, and decay. That is Om. And that's the basis there's a whole Vedic science. That's the foundation of it. And the rest of the science is exploring the different manifestations and permutations of that process. When we talk about Om Trambakam Yajamahe, Om, the three-eyed one, we worship you. It's not talking about a person with three eyes. It's talking about that process of Om, of that three-part expression of existence. Everything, everything that is a thing manifests in one of those three phases: unmanifest, totally manifested, decaying. So when it says, "Oh, three-eyed one, we worship you," it's saying, "Oh, this process of ultimate reality, we give ultimate reverence to because this is all that there is." Om Trambakam Yajamahe. That's what that's saying. This whole matrix is amazingly beautiful, and we give reverence to it, right? Then it says Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam. That talks about the sweet fragrance that is ever flowing and nourishing, self-nourishing. It's not talking about a three-eyed person that smells really good. It's talking about that own process that is continually pregnant and giving birth to itself infinitely. So just like a fragrance fills the room, just like a fragrance unfolds, we can't really see a fragrance, but if you smell it, you can imagine that it starts and it slowly kind of billows out like smoke. It kind of just unfolds and keeps on flowing like a wave. Well, that's exactly what happens with this Om. That's why Om is the infinite manifest and unmanifest background sound of this reality, because it isn't just a wave one time, it's going over and over and amplifying and building upon itself. So a good way to look at it, if you can see a sine wave, before it reaches its peak, another one is born and another one is born, and it keeps on giving birth to itself. It keeps replicating. That's why we say this is a fractal. So when it says Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam, when it says your fragrance that nourishes us, what it's saying is that the wave of Om gives birth to itself and nourishes itself. It's almost as if, imagine Prakriti is this entity that is, and it's also its own food, right? So it feeds on itself and it gives birth to itself. It's this thing that gives birth to itself, and it's its own breast milk, and it's its own womb and placenta and body and everything, and it keeps unfolding. Urvarukamiva bandhanat. What that means is just like the fruit when it's ripe, just like the fruit, cucumber or whatever, when it's ripe and when it's ready, it just naturally kind of falls off the vine. Just like that. Just like there's a natural point when something has to transition or decay or die, or, when the time is right. There's no right time, because the right time is at any given moment, because every moment is pregnant with every possibility, right? So every moment is the right time. Every day is a good day to die. Every day is a good day to be born. So Uruva Rukamiva Bandhanat, just like that fruit is ready to fall off that vine, just like the meat slipped off the bone when it's cooked perfectly, just like that. Mrityor Mokshya Mamritat. When I die, preserve me and liberate me from this process of infinite rebirths. While we respect and give reverence to that wave, I don't want to be caught up in it forever. So when this existence, when this body, when it's time for it to fall off the vine, so to speak, go ahead and scoop me out, collect me out from it, keep me juicy in eternity with you, just like that cucumber is kept juicy in the storehouse and the produce section. Keep me juicy, liberate me from this process. All that from a 4-line mantra from the Rig Veda. But all that to say that every moment is pregnant with the next moment. Every moment is pregnant with the next moment. It doesn't stop. It only stops when you become liberated from it. And what is liberation? It's realizing that every moment gives birth to the next. So you stop attaching to each passing moment. We attach to each moment. That's what causes suffering. I was attached to the water in this bottle, now it's gone. That means I have to go get some more or evacuate what I put in my body. And a process begets the next process, begets the next process. When we stop attaching to that concept, we're able to see the big picture.
Trav, like that's so true because it's like most people, instead of you, like you're not getting angry at the fact that you have to go refill the bottle, right? Where most people would probably get angry or irritated. Just a small thing, but if people were to actually like, if they're doing their work or whatever, or just like Laura was saying earlier, she was getting frustrated that things weren't going right. Because I had the tendency of doing that too. I started realizing like, just like what you're saying, what I'm doing now is basically creating the next that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of always focusing on winning, I focused on me perfecting being in the moment. Because then it's like, if I'm in the moment and yeah, I make a mistake, it's just leading me to figuring this out the way it needs to be figured out. You know what I'm saying? It's leading me to the right direction. Sometimes something stopping you, showing you the best way to go.
Indeed. And
Yeah,
isn't
that's
this
like
des-
that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Isn't this describing the process of karma? What were you saying, Allura?
Oh snap, that was deep.
Actually,
Go ahead.
that's like right around that I was about to say too, because I was thinking about the equation in my head. And I'm like, isn't that like the process of karma essentially, like the equation of it?
Because what we're really talking about is what the Kybalion called cause and effect, or even rhythm, right? Every action is pregnant with the next and the next, and it keeps on going forever. That process does not end. So we're never going to come to a point where it's like, all right, we did it, we're finished, we're good, no more. That's not how this game works. But what can and should happen eventually is you become liberated from the game. You accept that that's what this reality consists of: infinite, fractalized cause and effect. But that's not you. You're something different. You're the silent witness, like you said, from the Antarmona exercise. You're the witness of it. And you can only come to that point when you experience it. We can talk about it every week, twice a week. But if you don't ever experience it, it's just words. And you're going to keep doing cause and effects. And you're never kept juicy like that Urvaruka Miva Bandhanat.
What you said about my mama? Just kidding.
My mama give me that chain. What bike?
So now I'm even thinking about like the yogis and stuff that own businesses and how they have no goal for their businesses. It might become big, but it's just that it becomes big. It's not that they're attached to it. They can care less if it becomes an enterprise. If it happens, it happens. So they're not stuck into that, continually impregnating the next step, like to keep them in that loop. How people start a business and then their goal was probably 50K. Once they hit that 50K goal, it's like 100K. Then 100K, from 100K to a million. Then it's like 10 million. It's like it's nonstop, But you said what? Go ahead.
So
You know what? Sorry.
these yogis understand non-attachment. I had to reset myself. I was very I wouldn't say I was caught up in money. I've never been that kind of person caught up in money and shit, but there was a huge focus with like, okay, I got to make money, I got to do this, got to do that, and the third. Then I got around to Dharana Darshan and Jnana Yoga, and that just destroyed all of that. It's like, well, damn, there's nothing to do. There's nothing that needs to be done. What about entrepreneurship and business? Well, fuck it. That's not even a concern. But then what happened with that is that me died, and then from those ashes I had to be reborn with a new perspective. It's nothing wrong with wanting money or running a business or any of that stuff. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that there has to be kept in mind at all times awareness of what's going on and non-attachment. I will continue to pursue my business goals, but if I don't make them, if they don't happen, if this, that, and the third, it literally has no effect on my inner being. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if I go bankrupt today. Doesn't matter if I die today. None of that shit matters. I'm not attached to it. But I'm gonna keep playing. I'm gonna keep playing Fortnite. It's fun. But if my Xbox breaks, I'm not gonna throw a fit. I'm gonna appreciate it because hey, that's more time for me to read books now. If all my books burn up in a house fire, that would suck, but it's not gonna have a deep effect on me. Just like the business.
Yeah, if like when I think of like if your all your books were to burn down, I would just think, oh, maybe it's time for him to just connect with Isavara and get all his information from there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Now I'm gonna do what I can to prevent a house fire, of course. I'm gonna do what I can to prevent people stealing my books. But things that happen, I don't blame it on anybody or anything. This is how the unfolding of reality goes. You know?
Mm-hmm. That saying came up again. What was it? First, you blame other people, then you blame yourself, then you realize you have nothing to blame, then you realize you weren't here at all. So yeah,
True.
and I'm just now coming to the third stage, man. I'm just now coming to the third stage where it's like there's no one more special, there's no one more privileged, there's none of that. It's just
Well,
is the way the shit is, man.
when you talk about people, you know what I'm saying, who are famous or have a lot of money or people who are really beautiful, that external shit is intimidating if you're an external person. But when you start learning this science, you realize that at the core of all of those masks, there's a human being that has the same operating system as every other human being. And if you know the operating system, there is no intimidation. Everyone operates the same. There's a male flavor and a female flavor, but everyone operates the same. If a person can imagine, they can be communicated with.
Yeah, that statement is quite healing because I struggle with this point that I get intimidated easily. But when you said that everyone has the same operating system, why be intimidated?
I think the way my dad used to put it when I was a kid was, don't be scared of any person, bullies and stuff, because every man has to put on his pants one leg at a time. Didn't make sense back then, but I understand it now. Everyone has to put their
Yeah,
pants.
I remember your story. Your
Yeah,
story that bully didn't return your book. That was pretty like I loved that video.
that moment.
There is one more perspective which I don't know why I'm saying that it is a perspective, but yesterday I was looking up the same thing that okay, I was looking up how to be a millionaire, I don't know what. And then this video popped up, and in that this sadhu, like some yogi, he was giving advice to that person that, you know, you set goals and goals are limits, and but you are a limitless being.
Hmm.
Then why you are setting limits? You are setting, okay, I will gain like 1,000 subscribers, but that is a limit, and you are a limitless being. That that suddenly hit me really deep yesterday. Why set limits on what we can achieve?
That's true. That's true. It can be looked at as a limit for sure. And if you're looking at it as a limit, then that's probably not the best way to go about it. The way that I like to see goals is as beacons or roadmaps. I have certain goals that I know that I may not reach this year or next year, but I have them as a reminder of what direction I'm trying to travel in.
Yes.
If there's a certain dollar amount that I would like to achieve, it doesn't make me upset that I don't get it. It's just showing me that, hey, and reminding me this is the direction that we want to go in. So I've got to figure out how to get there. What do I need to do to get there? What comes before that? When it comes to like the subscriber count and all that stuff, 10,000 subscribers was my goal for probably 2 or 3 years. But somewhere along the line, I stopped fighting for that goal and realized if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. It's not even really that important. What is 10,000 subscribers going to do for me? What does that do? Make you feel good, I guess. But what does it do beyond that?
Reinforce your sense of, reinforce your ego. Beyond that, nothing.
It's validation that, hey, people like me. But if I like myself, then why do I need other people to like me to feel good?
That's true.
But the main thing, to go back to what you were saying, I don't, they can be looked at as limits for sure. But like you said, we're limitless beings. So why even look at it like a limit? Why not look at it as a direction?
On an organized mind and an organized planning. Organized planning, yes.
Yeah. Organize. You're exactly right. Organization, because most of us are so scattered. We're scattered and we may have goals, and we're not even at the point where we can talk about these goals or limits because we don't even know how to get to the goals we got. They're not organized, like you said. It does so much for us to be able to map out as best we can how to get from point A to point B. Not so much so that we can follow and be limited by the plan, but to have a concept of how to even get there. How do you get to 10,000 subscribers? Does anyone have a mapped out plan to do that? No. But it isn't until you start to get somewhat of a mapped out plan, you can now explore different options of how you would go about doing that. Okay, I need to post regularly. Okay, I need to find what kind of content resonates with my audience. Okay, I need to find out what's on how do I post content that resonates with my audience? Well, maybe I need to talk to my audience and figure out what kind of things they're interested in. How do I do that? Right? You keep asking these questions, and that should give us a roadmap. So I don't like to see it as limits. I like to see it as a little directional guide.
That's really beautiful. That's really beautiful.
Namaste.
I didn't think it that deeply yesterday, actually. Now I'm able to say it. And then I'm also getting this idea that when we are like, when we have like organized plans, then we are more disciplined.
Mm-hmm.
And I think being a yogi, I think discipline and focus are the base on which we create our practice.
I agree with you on that. Discipline and focus, core elements. Core elements.
Yes.
What is discipline and focus? What do those words mean to you?
Focus is the ability to be one pointed, like single pointedness rather than being scattered. And discipline is like carrying it out in action. Like while being focused, you are carrying out some actions, having some self control. I think both are interconnected. With focus only, you can be disciplined.
Okay. Okay, so you've defined those words. You know what they are defined as. Do you know what you look like? Focused with discipline. Do you know how Ananya looks? Focused and disciplined.
Yes, like I can't imagine myself outside of my body studying or meditating, but yeah, that's a
So
good visualization.
you see yourself from outside perspective, you said?
Yes, yes. I can see myself studying dedicatedly, working dedicatedly instead of playing with phone, watching YouTube, and then thinking this, that. I'm just working, very focused, writing, coding,
So just as an example, what are you studying when you see that vision?
coding algorithms,
Okay.
coding my job stuff, the
When we
work
talk
that's
about when we talk about focus and discipline, so say in a typical day, how much time do you spend in that state of mind, being focused, disciplined, studying the coding algorithms?
right now I am still struggling to get
Not right
discipline
now,
on that.
not right now, but like in the vision, the visualization that we're talking about, the focused
8 hours,
enough, 8
eight
hours.
hours after 9 hours of work.
So you see yourself sitting there for 8 hours doing the work.
Yes, when I get into it, then I'm able to easily study that long. Then people keep distracting, family and stuff. But beyond that, it gets to that point. Yeah,
Do you eat snacks while you're studying, or do you take a break to have a meal?
I don't feel like I have been in that state. I remember, yes, and then I would skip meals, skip brushing my teeth, skip bathing. Oh my god.
Hmm. So how do you know when? Okay, let's go back. What is a good job? When you're doing all that, how do you know what a good job is? How do you know you're doing it right?
At the end of the day, like it's, I feel very productive. Like I have every moment of the day I have spent focused. I was in a flow state. A flow state comes. And so after that, when you go to the bed to sleep, you feel that satisfaction inside. Yes,
So what lets you know that you reached that flow state? What lets you know that you're in that flow state?
I'm not distracted by these thoughts. Oh, she said that. Oh, this happened, that happened. W- Surfing YouTube all day, wasting it doing that. I'm just working, and it's very satisfying. Working, working, studying, studying, studying.
Hmm.
I just forget myself while doing that. The focus is just on the question. Hours pass by. Next question. The next question. You just forget, and at the end you see, oh, it's 12 a.m. Oh my God, 8 hours passed. I was
Hmm. So you're in that flow state. You're not really time doesn't matter as much, food doesn't matter as much, little things that you would normally do don't really stand out because you're in the flow state, and that's how you know that you've reached it and you're doing a good
you don't
job.
even have to think that you are in a flow state. You are just in it, experiencing it. Yeah, like that thought doesn't come. Oh, I'm in flow state. Yeah, like you are just flowing, flowing.
So it sounds like you've got a pretty clear visualization of where you want to go and the state that you'd like to attain and achieve.
Yeah, yeah, that is that is very well. Like the plan is chalked out. I just have to execute it.
What's the obstacle that prevents you from executing it?
Currently, I'm working on my phone addiction, so I'm able to manage it well. But from the past 3 4 days, so
What do
I'm
you define
overcoming that obstacle.
what do you define as a phone addiction?
Surfing YouTube all day.
So that shows that you're very curious and you like to consume information. I mean, that's a
Yes,
wonderful thing.
At one point, I would suffer from anxiety if I hadn't turned new information on a particular day. And I caught that pattern, and now I'm like, I keep phone away. Like, look at the list that I have to accomplish, and I keep working.
You know, it's pretty interesting when you're in the state of on your phone consuming information, surfing
That
YouTube
is
all.
also flow. That is also focus and flow.
Look, you're going way too fast for me. I'm trying to keep the pace here.
That is also a flow state, but it is a destructive flow state.
Well,
It will it will not help me achieve my spiritual goals or career goals or churning random information also annihilates my mind. I will get different perspective. Like remember last advice you gave me was you are reading the same thing from different sources, from different perspectives, and then you are getting confused.
mhm.
Yeah, I remember. So then you told me not to churn that much information, and since then I'm not.
Or at least a million different sources.
Yes, the same info from a million different sources.
So, what is the difference between surfing YouTube all day and working on coding algorithms?
One is scattered. It's not taking me closer to my goals, right? But the
When it
other
comes to
one is,
process, when it comes to actual activity and doing, what's the difference? What's the separator for you?
and maybe I like while surfing YouTube, I get some anxiety and some thoughts. But while studying, it's not that. It is more like satisfying thing. Okay, it's adding to my work, but YouTube watching random videos like this Swami is saying this book is saying this is like a very unorganized information I'm churning.
Hmm. I wonder if there was a way that you could maybe even bridge the gap or connect the dots. Maybe there's a way that you could use your time surfing YouTube to also accomplish work related to coding and algorithms.
I think I need more practice. Like I have studied all the content. Now after studying you need practice. Practice the questions. Practice coding. While YouTube you can just study that. But
Maybe you
that
don't have to
will
give up the YouTube and stuff like. Maybe you don't have to give it up. Maybe you can regulate it, right? Maybe get the work done first and use the exploration of YouTube and other things, use that as a reward for doing the work. You know, a lot of time, I do pretty much play Xbox, Fortnite every day, but I don't play it until after I've reached a certain number of hours studying. That has to come first. And as long as I do that, then I allow myself to enjoy it. That way, it doesn't really become an addiction, but it becomes a little bit of a reward for doing the work. So it helps keep me motivated.
yeah, before sleep I can do that. Rewarding myself for the day's
And I know
tasks.
from experience, if I play Xbox first, then I'm probably not going to get as much work done as I want. So I
You are
keep it.
talking about eating the frog first. That advice.
Yeah.
Eat the frog first. It's
Yeah.
good advice.
Feels better when you do it that way. It's the reward is more rewarding because you earn it, you know, and you get the
You
satisfaction.
study all day. You study all day and then play Xbox in the night. Hmm.
It's true. And now
That's
with this
nice.
this focus challenge that I'm setting up here, I really plan on getting even more.
Yeah. 42-day challenge, right?
42 days. 4 plus 2 makes 6. 6 weeks, and this will all be completed by the 6th month, which is June,
Oh, wow.
with 6 objectives. 666.
So when are we starting that?
That begins officially next Sunday.
Okay, yes. And like with 6 objectives, so like we have to decide on 6 different things or what?
Yes. So the six objectives that are going to be six objectives mapped out for the focus challenge are pick a minimum of 2 books that you'd like to complete. All right. Let's be realistic. Don't pick something
Okay.
big like the Bible. Don't pick something massive like the Bhagavad Gita. Pick 2 books. One of them could be Taught with Shruti if you haven't read it. I know you have. And another one
Yes.
could be Samkhya Darshan
Yeah,
or,
Sankhya
you
Darshan.
know, there's a ton of books here that we've mentioned, but pick 2 of those books that you want to complete
Okay.
this next 6 weeks because there's going to be plenty of time to do more than 2 books. But I will say just to keep things safe, so you can have a goal completed, do 2. The other 2 things is pick 2 subjects or 2 topics that you really want to dive into. So maybe you're someone who wants to learn a little bit more about tarot, right? So maybe make it a point to spend these next 6 weeks uh, trying to brush up your knowledge on it or getting a little bit better at doing it. Or maybe you want to learn about NLP or psychology. That could be a focus. So instead of the whole point of that is we're so scattered with so many different subjects. We want to learn everything. But for just 6 weeks, let's pick 2. Just pick 2 that you want to learn more about. So it's 2 books, 2 subjects that you want to learn about. And then the other 2 things to make 6 would be 2 goals, 2 long-term goals, um, to really sit down and flesh these goals out, really break them down, really use your whole visual, auditory, kinesthetic experience, right? See the end result. What does it look like when you achieve that goal? What does it sound like? What are you listening to? What does it feel like? What's your body feel like? What's the weather, the air, the clothes you're wearing? Visualize the end result of that goal to the T. And then see yourself where you are today. And within the next 6 weeks, just keep on your mind and research what needs to happen before that goal is reached. What happens immediately before that goal? What happens before that? What happens before that? And just spend this time to really make a point to invest time breaking down those goals and how you're going to get there. So 2 books, 2 topics, 2 long-term goals. Is that too much?
That's amazing. No, I think I'm already working, but I need to expand my horizon. Yeah. What are you working on?
Yeah. I got about 7 books I want to read.
You wanna 7 books? Oh my God.
So
Golly.
what I'd like to do is oh my gosh. I'm still really deciding how we're going to do it because I don't know if it'll work or not. It's going to be risky. But there's a technique I've been practicing, and I would like to demonstrate it on our Sundays. So really,
Wow.
if you don't have any time to study at all, you can at least use Sunday as somewhat of a library hours, and you can join me in my 8 hours of study. Now, honestly, I'm probably going to do 8 hours of study 5 days of the week, and that should be enough time. But I've been buying a lot of books, and I really haven't been diving into them like I really want to. So this is going to be a time for me to catch all the way up.
Man, you
It's really
chose to do this
nice.
at perfect. You chose to do this at perfect timing for me, because I'm like releasing all this stuff, bro. Like all this dopamine stuff. So now the focus is gonna be even stronger. And then you're starting it on my solar return, so that's lit.
Yeah,
This was meant to be because I couldn't agree more with KJ. I have some goals I need to finish by June and set in the right time.
it's that Aries energy. This is the best time. Spring forward. This is the time. No,
Yeah, yo, it's so. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
just planting seeds to reap the harvest come to the end of the year. But it starts
September,
now.
yes.
It's so crazy that you like shoot the amount of books that you want to read, bro. You're a little more Aries than I. Well, you have a little more Aries energy than I do. Cause dang, bro, I already have two topics I'm focusing on. Like I was focused on astrology, but I removed that and just picked my favorite, my most important two for me,
Mm-hmm.
which is just the continuous. Well, we'll talk about that later, but yeah. But yeah, bro, you're 7 books, golly, 7 subjects. You're everywhere.
But I've got the time to do it. Like I said, for me, it's probably going to be 8 hours a day, 5 days a week minimum. But
Yeah, I'm trying to get more in that that vibe, because like I'm unemployed right now, and I was in school for this semester. Then some shit happened, and I'm not in school anymore for this semester. But yeah, I'm trying to get like my discipline up by reading that much a day. Like I actually managed to read like 40 pages in one day the other day, so that was pretty cool. That was like a new record for me.
awesome.
But yeah, and I kind of feel like I did like this Saturn invocation right before that, and then like the next day I was just like, I had energy, just so much energy that I hadn't had in months, and I was like, Saturn discipline, I got to do this like every week then, if it's gonna help me.
Yeah.
So yeah, Saturn, thanks.
Saturn is definitely a great entity for this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for a while, like ever since I started this, I was like, I'm kind of afraid of Saturn. It's like, nah.
Shani be blessing, man. Shani be blessing.
Chinese Jedi and Namaha. I should have said lead challenge instead of iron challenge. I said iron focus because I was thinking Lucifer, Fe, but Saturn is lead. That might have been a little bit better.
Yeah.
It wouldn't flow off the tongue though.
Lead challenge.
Iron lead. We'll work on it. But the whole point is to develop a new routine of consistency, because that shit, I thought everybody was gonna say, oh, I want to learn about Vedic astrology, or I want to learn about this. No, damn near everybody said focus and consistency.
Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah.
Wow, this is really a big deal. So let's go there. Let's do it that way. I'm down with it because I could always, use some sharpening of my discipline as well. But we don't realize just how much time we actually do have to dedicate to our work. Just like we don't even realize how much money we might be wasting, you know? Like I mentioned last session when I was drinking alcohol, it didn't occur to me that I was blowing $200 a month on booze. It didn't occur to me until you sit down and calculate it all. So likewise, how much time are we throwing away that we could be using to invest in ourselves? You know, we're buying all these books and they look cool. We have good intentions, but we just don't have the discipline to sit down and read them. So
yeah, plus like so many books there's so many audiobooks and a lot of shit's on YouTube.
That too.
Yeah.
That too.
Like, I mean, obviously I found you via YouTube, and just from like watching a bunch of your videos, I already learned a whole lot. So yeah.
Makes sense. Shanishcharaya Namaha. Oh, Mentagasm. Thanks for reminding me. I have a nice smoothie in the fridge. I used blueberries this time. I'm very excited. Blueberries and mangoes.
Ooh, mango's probably my favorite fruit.
I put a healthy serving of avocado in there, of course.
Oh yeah. I just ate a bunch of guacamole. My friend Amir, who was just over here the other day, like he and I talk a lot about this kind of stuff too. Just metaphysics and such. He just randomly brought by some mangoes, just had them in his bag. He was like, "Here you go, just take them." Cool.
Brings
Oh,
back
yeah.
random mangoes.
Yeah, he's also my friend that I told you about who just randomly just like sent me a message and was like, hey, like I'm getting some, like I'm buying some of these pendants from Etsy. Which one do you want? And like one of them was a Shiva one. I was like, I'm thank you. I'm gonna get that one. So yeah.
Now I'm having deja vu.
Peace, Ananya.
Peace, Ananya. Let's see. My internet went out, so I'm just catching up on the chat. Oh gosh, there's a lot.
Om Guruve Namaha.
Shanishcharaya Namaha. All right. So did you guys enjoy the Kybalion? Was it a good book? Did you like it?
I liked it all right. I kind of feel like it was a lot of it repeating itself, but repetition is good sometimes. I don't know. What did you guys think?
I thought it was dope. I got to understand this some bitch called life. I'm just kidding. But no, it was very informative.
Yeah.
It's very, I think it's repetitive because once you first get into it, the information's kind of challenging, just to even put it into play in a everyday thing. But it's good that it's repetitive because then it gives you like some good comparisons. So like, while you're within a conversation or within something, you can see the dynamics of that situation.
Yeah.
But the fact that I got into that, then got into the Vedas deeper. It's still cool, but I feel like the Vedas kind of canceled it out for me. But it's still cool, 100%. If I didn't get into the Vedas, I think it would have been more profound for me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I still think that I think it's a good text, especially for an introductory type of text for someone who might not be so clear or well versed on, spiritual thinking, or not even, I wouldn't even say spiritual, but metaphysical thinking, because it's more scientific than spiritual. But for someone who's just getting started or needs a little bit more clarity, the Kybalion is a great place to start.
Yeah, that's definitely like one of the things I started on. That's how I first started attending this group.
Yeah. And I also think it's a great gateway to lead one to what we're currently studying as far as like the Vedic information. It's an excellent gateway for that when it's framed as such.
Yeah, and then it especially helped how everybody else is and I'm just starting to like get into the Vedic stuff, how much that tied into the Kybalion, because once we started reading it, everybody else was just like, this is all in Vedic, so that helps like really push me more into trying to learn more about that.
Yeah. And I would not have seen any of that months ago. I would still be trying to connect dots, but The Vedic information is the thread that connects all of this occult as one big ass tapestry.
Yeah.
Connects it all. And you can kind of subtly see it, when you read about the Kabbalah, you read Kybalion, you read about Hermetics, you can see the connection there. Even down to like the local witchcraft stuff and paganism, like you get a sense that it's all connected. Even Christianity, you get a sense that all this stuff is connected, but you don't really see it until you find this original info. Then you see.
Yeah.
For me, it stops being scattered focus. Now it becomes, okay, I'm learning the same stuff since day one. Makes sense now. I'm only adding to my library of correspondences.
Where did my cardigan go? Oh, I am.
Om Trambakam Yajamahe Sugandim Pushtivardhanam Uvarukamiva Bandhanat Mrityurmukshiyamamritat. Just reading the comments.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not I'm I'm just talking to myself, ignore me. I need to stop doing that. Throws people off.
Or at least just do it where the people can't hear.
Tell my Virgo ass to shut up.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Man, just seeing his face is just funny to me. All right. Let's see. Rahu. Okay.
Does anybody know if there's a way to figure out on Indastro if you're in like Mahadasha or Antardasha? I don't know.
I'm gonna keep it $150. I don't even know what those terms mean. Mahadasha, Antardasha.
My fault. I was using the bathroom. But entire dasha is just a sub, like it's like the Mahadasha is probably for like how many years? It's not probably. So like K2 will be in a Mahadasha for 7 years, basically. It's a dasha for 7 years. So it'll be prominent in your life for 7 years. And then it's Antara dasha is like the second planet. And then there's a third one. I forgot the name of that. But usually you're being controlled. There's 3 prominent planets, and there's one of them. The third one changes like every month or so. Like Venus is for like 20 years, I believe, or Mercury's for 20 years. Rahu's for 7.
Yeah, I'm
So
in
it's
the one
just,
for years. So
you said you're in what?
I'm in Rahu Venus right now. That started in like 2007, I believe.
Oh,
Wait,
well, I don't know if
let
that's good or
me.
bad. So don't listen to my ooh.
It's both.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, it's both. You know, like I've dealt with so much hardship during that time, but I mean, my life has been kind of dramatic. I got a better handle on it now. Yeah, they're just all lessons, man. Everything's a lesson.
It's crazy that you actually bring that to my attention. I'm just seeing something. I'm in my the smallest dasha right now that I'm in. The monthly dasha deals with Rahu, and my Rahu's in Vakasha, which deals with cutting stuff off. And I'm cutting off all of my stuff right now. That's crazy. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I started mine, like, looking back on it now, having like all of these attachments to various Venus-like things. And then I've come to realize like a lot of those were causing me harm. I was looking for like affection from all my relationships, including just friendships and romantic relationships, in the wrong manner, being very consumed with accumulating a lot of physical stuff and collecting all these books and not reading them. And then, last year when I started like actively practicing this stuff, I was just like, oh, okay, learn from that. Don't engage in so much of that anymore. So yeah, like all of these dashas and such, they just emphasize certain parts of your life that you need to like really grow with, like in both negative and positive ways. But like I said before, now I have the mentality in which everything bad, so to speak, that happens to me is a lesson, instead of just like lying around being like, oh, woe is me, why does this always happen? Like, I can still feel that to an extent sometimes, but I really had that kind of mentality back then before I got involved in this. And now I'm just like, all right, like, what can I make out of this situation? Like, how do I apply this kind of mental alchemy to it?
That's crazy. That's the reason why I stopped. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Trav.
No, I'm just, you're good. You're good. Taking notes.
And that's the reason why I've been less focused on astrology, like for myself, because I see that like I'm thinking 2 in the future or 2 in the past. But at the end of the day, without even astrology, naturally I come to realize my own problems,
Mm-hmm.
Even without it. But it's the people that cannot see, that I truly see that utilize astrology to get to really start seeing stuff. And other people, of course, for depths and stuff, for even deeper understandings. But what I'm seeing is if you actually do the work, everything that you're looking for in astrology, you'll find within thyself at the end of the day. You'll find all that. You'll know what to change. Because like for me, I break it down to, okay, if I have a goal on something, where am I going wrong on the goal? And then I'll look at myself, why am I going wrong when I know the steps of what I need to do? Oh, okay, it's something mental. And then I'll look at why am I doing this rather than just following the correct steps. And then I'll realize like, oh, okay, I have a problem with this. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, it says in my chart, Jupiter's in Libra. So I like having, like, I can have many gurus, but I don't listen to all of them. I'll take their stuff and combine it all into one and make it my own type of religion in a way, right? And make my own constructs and beliefs. But what I realize is me doing that, I never actually fulfilled the full steps of their tips, basically, for me to even create my own stuff. Like before I could create my own religion, I have to get the aspects of what they're teaching me fully. You know what I'm saying? So I could have guessed that before Jupiter, because like, man, like the minute I get something, my Ashwini ass wants to fucking do it my own way. Well, and I'm not even attached to Ashwini stuff, but I'm just used to saying it now. But
Yeah.
I'm just, I'll take it and run with it. Obviously,
Yeah.
it's not a planet doing that. That's my motherfucking problem. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
how do you fix that? Like, you can't just say, oh, it's the planets that make me like this. And that's why I'm like very careful even when I talk to people about astrology and stuff, because they can get lost into it and just blame everything on the planets. It's like you're literally taking one addiction of blaming people and blaming it on other shit.
Yeah.
So sit the hell down. Just fix yourself.
Yeah. Personally, I have been getting more into astrology, but more just like putting an emphasis on just like the psychological aspects of it, and just like being like recognizing these problems that I have, and like finding patterns, like finding a lot of patterns with struggles I've had in my life, being like, oh, that's funny that I have that going on there. But also like, just because like you have like some kind of connection in your chart doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be a problem with you. Like you can go through like phases of time where like that problem is emphasis in your life, but you learn to grow from it and everything. So the more that I've been talking to other people who aren't like as involved with it, the more it like they've actually like just really come to be like, oh shit, yeah, that is a problem, but I just don't think about it that much. I'm just like, well, I'm gonna remind you now. And that's like apparently something that I'm not necessarily supposed to get into, but that's something that is emphasized in my chart that I do like doing. And I'm like, oh, cool. All right. Makes sense.
Yeah, if you sit down long enough and just give everything a break, bro. There's something I've been trying to figure out for 2-3 years.
Mm-hmm.
I figured out like a few days ago. Like I was like wondering, like, why do I attract a certain type of women that I deal with, right? But the problem was always in my face. I always used to be like, oh, this is my type. But it's the fact that I had a type, that was blocking me from all that. Like, oh, I won't date someone that's like this, or I won't do this, or I won't do that. And it's just like, okay, well, that person's thinking the same thing. And that's why it's so consistent. Because it's like, I would say I won't date someone that looks like this or this, that. But then I'll get all irritated or insecure because I feel like a girl only dates because of the way I look or the sexual pleasures,
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, nigga, you started it before you even talked to her. You started labeling what you wanted and what you didn't want, instead of saying these are the characteristics that can better me.
Yeah.
I should date somebody that's more sattvic instead of tamasic, or what I'm saying, for myself.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, sorry.
No,
so,
good.
like when I say tamasic, someone that hinders me from growing, someone that keeps me in a stuck stage. Rajastic is like someone that's very active, but it's like you can be active doing nothing at all. And then sattvic is like things that aim for the higher self, things that's better for your evolution, basically, for your spiritual evolution.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Trav. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right.
All right, cool.
I've
what you said there, the fact that you even have a type. Whoa.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm putting labels on something and you're going to attract it. Everybody I attract has a type, and I happen to fall into their type, and they can't see past that type. So when I start speaking about this spiritual stuff, they get lost into my eyes and want to hug me. And it's just like, girl, conversate with me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like hearing yourself talk. Like, I don't want a relationship like that. I want one in which like we learn from each other and it's very engaging.
Mm-hmm.
And also for a long time, I'm just going to briefly mention it. Like I would find myself in relationships with people in which like I was really idealizing them and putting up with a lot of red flags and bullshit, and basically like attracting these people that I had to like parent in a way.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you like fixing people?
I especially like had that problem in like my romantic relationships. I'm just like, oh, these are damaged. I can dark and mysterious. I can fix them. Nah, no, only someone can fix themselves. Like, you know, you can help, but they have to come to terms with those things and realize them. Like, I'm not gonna fucking hold their hand for them. Ugh.
One thing that I realize with people that love to fix people is that they have a lot of things to fix about themselves.
Yeah, and
that's one thing that I
wasn't
realized.
focusing on that.
Yeah. So once you fix yourself, I'm telling you, like, you know, you can find something different, because then it's like, what's one of the most important sayings to me is like, you can tell someone has wisdom when they don't say nothing at all. Not everything needs to be answered. Not everything needs to be fixed. So once you find that person, you'll just, you know, if they do something messed up, you won't be so quick to respond. You'll be more like, okay, let's see if they're aware of their mess up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's as deep as I could go for now.
That's okay. Oh, and some people really don't like it when you point out these things to them either. Their first instinct is to get defensive, or they will apologize for it and just keep on doing the same fucking shit over and over.
Yes. That's the thing about the trance. We love being in trances. We seek trances actively, and to point out the reality breaks the trance, and that's uncomfortable. So even though it shouldn't make someone upset, that energetic shift, that emotional shift makes us angry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And a lot of people will be quick to criticize themselves and just be like, I'm such a piece of shit. I'm so bad at this thing. But when you're like, yeah, you're kind of being shitty with this, like, and it's affecting me too, then they get so defensive. It's just like, they can just criticize themselves if anybody else does it. It's like this kind of armor that they have. Like, they're like kind of trying to protect themselves. Like, oh, well, if I insult myself, then you're not really allowed to do that. Like, how dare you? How dare you acknowledge this?
I'll tell them straight up, don't talk to me about how shitty you are. You better be shitty in peace or something.
Oh my God.
I ain't trying to hear all
shitty
that.
in peace. Be shitty in peace. You better be shitty in peace.
Yeah. Go do that over there. No one wants to see that.
Yeah, I don't want your flatulence. Wait, what is it? I said flatulence. Is that even a word?
Flatulence?
Yeah, there you go.
Back at the stuff now.
Yeah. We're talking about being shitty. I ain't trying to smell all that. You better go do it in peace, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, go huff your own farts over there, dude.
I was joking. I was joking. This girl said huff. Nah.
Go huff your own farts. Go, you know, actively participate in just being caught up in your ego.
Yeah.
Hey, I know this is weird, but have you ever walked into a room where somebody just farted and you were about to say something, and that shit just comes in your mouth and it's like all bitter, and you're like, yo, what the fuck was that? Yeah, Trav, that shit happened to me. That shit was nasty.
Oh my God.
It's always nasty unless you do it on purpose.
Unless they did that on purpose for real. I wonder.
Somebody, he needs some milk.
Nah, after that fart, that nigga didn't need no milk. Fuck that. It was probably the milk that made him do that. It's so crazy, man, because now we're talking about awareness in milk. I'm thinking about all the people that I feel, okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe all humans are lactose intolerant. I feel like all bodies are like literally not supposed to intake cow milk, but they do, you know? Like, I feel like it causes, maybe I might be wrong, but for me personally, it causes a lot of inflammation. Like, I can see it in my face. If I drink milk, I get inflamed and my stomach feels like it's full very fast.
Yeah.
That's what Dr. Sebi said.
Yeah, and I'm okay. You see, I didn't watch Dr. Sebi like that, but
He said that
it's
the milk causes mucous membranes. It causes mucus, and it causes the mucous membranes to become inflamed. If you cut out the dairy from your diet, then you won't generate mucus, and it's within the mucus that disease and sickness
cancer.
accumulates.
Mhm.
So it's like
that mucus was optional. I thought it was mandatory. But you know,
like even to that level.
Test that shit out. Cutting
Even
out
to that
dairy from my
level.
diet and taking CMOS, I noticed that mucus is you know,
Has your mucus became like dried up or something?
It's just not there. Like there's no stuffed nose and no snot and you know, when you hack loogies and shit and all that doesn't happen.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that about CMOS. I should check that shit out because I have really bad allergies. So I'm always fucking snotty. I'm disgusting. I'm full of it.
You know, if you put weed in a blunt too, it causes that. Because I see that's where most of mine came from, smoking weed in a blunt.
It's 4 o'clock.
I see.
I would accumulate a lot of mucus for some reason. I don't know if it's the carcinogens. What'd you say, Trev?
Weed in a blunt causes mucus? I've never heard of that.
That's what, because like, bro, I would have to hack up some loogie and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's because of the carcinogens or it's something else. I don't know. It might not even be mucus that it's creating. It might just be like the stuff in the tobacco that I tend to spit out. But yeah.
In the chat, Tree Marie says CMOS increases vata.
I don't know what that is.
Ooh. Are you on the Ayurveda stuff yet?
No.
Did you get the Ayurvedic deck that I mentioned?
Yes. I was gonna start on that this week. Alora and I have been doing a lot of astrological studying lately. Like we get together once a week and talk for hours on it. It's great. So we agreed on having homework this week in which like we are going to familiarize ourselves with the nakshatras.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we have our own little group.
Got your own little clique, huh?
Call y'all the sister shooties. Yes, sir. Yes, Lord.
And Tree Marie mentions that CMOS increases vata. Basically, with this Ayurveda stuff, I mean, all the Veda stuff, you got the 5 elements, and the 5 elements combine into an option of 3 different bodies. Notice that 3 comes up a lot, whether it's the gunas or whether it's the states of existence with Om. But anyways, of the 3, and also, 3 gunas, I mentioned that. But all this is in this deck here, and this deck has got all your information. But
I'll pull mine out.
When you look at the purple cards, the body types, you're gonna see the dashas.
Oh, it's funny you said that, and I literally just flipped to that one right away.
Hell yeah. The energy. So check it out. Tree Marie says that CMOS increases vata. That would be the space in the air, which represents movement. And I think when we were first talking on Messenger, I was breaking down your Virgo thing. And
you were.
That seemed to be your particular body type.
Yeah, got the messed up guts.
Messed up guts.
That's what she said.
Oh.
Boo!
My fault.
Awful.
Let me release my karma, and please, guys.
Let you release your karma. Make sure it's not gas.
Hey, Trav, don't do that. You're the one that been shitting on people.
We were already here. No.
Oh wow, yeah, I definitely relate with the movement one. That's all me.
Light sleeper, highly active.
Quick movement and speech. Yeah, dry hair and skin. Yeah, I tried bleaching my hair years ago and my dry ass scalp did not take it well.
Oh man. Yeah, so when you're looking at Ayurveda, yeah, this is what I love about this whole information is that it's composed of these three subjects: Ayurveda, yoga, and astrology. But all the terms are interchangeable. All these terms, the five elements, the vata, kapha, pitta, that goes for yoga, that goes for astrology, and it goes for Ayurveda. So it only behooves us to learn about them. Tree Marie said she wants to be a part of you guys' Girls Scout Club.
Ooh, that sounds fun. I'm sure it'll be okay, but I'll ask Laura about that. We yeah, it's just like once a week. Last week it was Thursday. Yeah, it was like middle of the day. So yeah, yeah, Tree Marie, you should tell me what time zone you're in.
Bro, Trav, I just figured out the other day where you got mages from, or where it kind of comes from. It comes from what was it? The Order of the Dawn. Like that was one of the highest levels of or was that the leader? Yeah, I think it was the leader actually. So how I get to that status, homie? They got their own Order of the Dawn going on. Allure and Alex. That's I see what y'all doing.
I don't know nothing about that. I can't speak on them shits. I can't speak on that stuff.
So I got to grow an afro to be in mages. What is it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Afro and glasses. I got you.
You got to drink the blood of the previous mages.
Oh, nah. You could keep that, homie. You can keep that.
What?
Nah. I don't want your blood. Nah. Wait, pause. I don't want nobody's blood.
Oh, well, you gotta learn vampire magic to be a magus. You gotta learn all the magics, even the ones that aren't fun. Even
to become a magus sounds like to become attached.
Learn it all to forget it all.
Exactly.
Actually, really, I haven't really done any research on it, but I don't really know anything about like paganism. It's like a lot of people I know around here primarily do that as magic, and I'll try to talk to them about like what I'm into. They're just like, what is that? I'm just like, I don't really know what you guys are talking about. So hey.
We have something in common, guys.
Yeah, the common folk.
Trav, which okay, you know what? I think that's gonna be my next study. I'm gonna put away astrology and get into, because I finished that book, but I'm gonna put away astrology, get into Ayurveda. Yeah. Okay, so what is it Kappa or was it Vata? Is it Vata that gains weight faster?
Kapha.
Kapha? Okay, and which one lose weight the fastest? Pizza, right?
The one that Alex is.
Damn, I forgot which one she is.
There's the heavy set, there's the average, and then there's the slender. That's like the general way to categorize it.
Okay. Yeah, I know that air is the slender.
Yeah, I'm Vata.
Okay.
So there's airspace, there's fire water, and there's earth water. Just like video games, each one of them has their strengths and their weaknesses.
So which one? Because I feel like I'm a mix of two, man. Because like I could gain weight and lose it literally in 2 days. Like this past week, I kind of no, like 2 weeks ago. No, this past week. Let me not cap. This past week, I kind of went overboard. You know what I'm saying? I was eating good, and I gained like a good 5-6 pounds in the past 2 days. I lost it all without even trying. All I did was just started drinking tea and 1 meal a day, even though it's still carbs. But 6 pounds gone.
Yeah, I've following the Ayurvedic diet and Ayurvedic principles for health. That has I've seen the most rapid improvements, adjustments, and changes than anything else I've tried for health, whether it's exercise or diet. I'm seeing muscles in places, and I don't do any exercises. So yeah, I would
Pause.
recommend that. It said pause.
Because you have like a certain look on your face, bro. I wish I could have screenshot that. Dude said, yeah, man, I'm growing muscles in places I never knew I could grow muscles. And then you did like a slick, then you did a slick smirk, and I'm like, pause.
That's not what I meant. That is not what I meant. Strange new muscles.
Trav figured out he has a 4th leg out of nowhere.
Fourth. We
Alex now catches on. One. You surpassed the 3rd one, Trav.
4th leg.
The unicorn
horn. Says most people are mixed. Oh yeah, that's right.
There you see
in Ayurveda.
Most people are what?
Mixed in Ayurveda. Mixed types.
What's good, Amar?
What's up, Amar?
Yo, hey, what's good, guys? How you guys doing?
Good. Oh, okay. You upped me on the Kali. You put your picture on it.
Oh, I mean, I've been having that for like months now.
Oh,
you're a little late on it.
I'm a little late, huh?
Mm-hmm. If we had Ifadeo on here, then it'd be all 3 of y'all.
Wait, he was on here?
No, I said if he was
on.
Oh,
if. I was like, damn, I missed that. What the fuck?
Oh, he's doing this thing.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right, let me go grab a cup of coffee that my Ayurvedic type says I should not have.
Oh man, I want some coffee. Can you fax me some?
Big fax.
You're gonna mess up his fax machine. What the heck? I don't know how y'all do coffee, man. That thing make me poop. I can't do coffee.
We're gonna have to put a limit on butt references and poop references.
Yeah, I was about to say this is getting out of hand.
There's gonna have to be a limit.
I don't know why y'all get so triggered from poop. Y'all need to do some more practicing. I'm just kidding.
All right, let me rephrase it then. You got a limit. You have a limit.
Oh my god, yeah. we're fine. Like do as we say and not as we do.
We're gonna put a curve ratio limit.
Hey, maybe it's y'all karma to hear. Maybe it's y'all karma to hear this shit, though.
Oh my god.
And when Kristen comes on, the limit gets even smaller.
Nah, she's limitless. She's limitless.
Just like the book I'm studying.
Coffee makes my stomach hurts. Hey, There y'all go.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Tree Marie says poop is pita. Coffee arouses pita.
So coffee makes Pita's stomach hurt. You see, I'm trying not to say because you guys limited me just now.
You didn't reach it yet, but just be aware. Awareness is key.
Yeah, but I am dominantly Pita first, so it makes sense. You know how I knew I was Pita, Trav? Because I love pita bread. What's wrong with me, bro? I'm joking. That was very corny, y'all.
Wow, this man here. I gotta go get my headphones.
Amar, how you been, man?
Been good. I've been studying and shit. How you
Yeah,
been?
you've been so ghost, man. I feel like you could like levitate already now.
Yeah.
Fuck. Levitation is dope. But yeah.
Wait, so are you levitating? Because you said it's dope, but are you doing it?
I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm not doing it.
You see, you're already sounding like a guru.
What about you? What y'all been up to?
Letting go of a lot of stuff, letting go of my habits and stuff like that, giving myself a break when it comes to not even break. I think I'm fully done with weed personally for me. But also stopping fully 100%, drinking and stuff, and also disciplining myself when it comes to my phone. So I don't have that many like dopamine and serotonin releases. And I'm like mentally right now, I'm going through it because my brain probably releases so much dopamine by this time of the day that it's like, I feel like it's super dry. I feel like my brain's super dry right now, even though I'm drinking hella water, but it's just like, it's the receptors that want to release something or that want something to intake, which is weird. So that's what I've been working on.
That's cool though. I mean, that's like big, like letting go and of all the habits and all that. That's key.
Facts. Just to get deeper and to become more aware of myself. And then I also wanted to do it before my solar return. So yeah.
Wait, it's coming up? New solar return?
It's on Sunday.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Wait,
wow.
Wait,
Sunday or
like
yeah, it's on next Sunday.
the 18th?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Sunday. Ooh, your son won.
Wait, you said what?
He said, "Oh, it's happening on Sunday." That's
Yep,
funny.
the day we start the practice, Travis starting the challenge, or whatever.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
What's cool is too though, it's like everybody that I like, my main close friends, we all stopped smoking weed together. So it was very dope to even see them like that. So that was very
It
dope.
was very dope.
It's very dope that we stopped smoking dope.
Yeah. Oh shit, yeah. Like I was saying before, I'm in my Rahu Venus and it's going until 2025, which is pretty funny because I'll definitely have just finished my degree by then. And then I start my Jupiter.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wait, what sign is Jupiter in your chart? In what house?
Oh, it's in my ascendant. And
Ooh.
yeah, it's in my ascendant and pretty sure where is it? It's It's in Gemini, and the Lord is Mercury.
And
Which is
where's
good.
Mercury on your chart?
Third house. Wait, no, fourth. Yeah.
In Virgo. Isn't your fourth house your?
It's like the home. That's one of the things. So many things
No,
associated with people now.
but like Mercury's in the fourth house. What sign?
Oh, it's in Virgo. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. Interesting.
Yeah. What can you tell me?
I know the home deals with, the mother, of course, and all that stuff, but Jupiter, Gemini rising, and the Lord is in the fourth house. What other planets is in there?
Oh, let's see. I got Moon and Venus. Well, in my fourth, if that's what you're asking about, right?
Yeah, that all sounds beneficial.
Good.
That all sounds beneficial. But I know the fourth house deals with mother, homes, cars, real estate, the mind, of course. So you might go through a lot of transformative things towards your mind in that dasha. And
Good.
it could benefit you with, like, house, car, probably fix a relationship with your mother, or get, the relationship gets better, stuff like that. From what I see so far, I hear. Interesting.
I think you and I have talked about our relationships with our moms before, right? Is that you?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, yeah, because mine was very bad for a very long time, but then like in 2016, totally turned around, and I'm a classic case of a person with I don't have daddy issues. I got mommy issues. I was like the product of my mommy never hugged me growing up, but now she's like super affectionate and tells me she loves me all the time. We're very close and it's great.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went through that same thing, but my mom still doesn't hug me. I'm just kidding. No, but when she tries to, it's very weird. I'm like, yo, don't do that. It's very weird for me. It's so weird.
Yeah. I'm still trying to get used to that when my mom like goes to hug me, just like, oh, what is this?
Girl, you want it. Stop playing.
Oh, I know. I'm just like, this is just like spaghetti comes out of my pocket still with that.
The funny thing is, too, I listened to a lot of these astrologers before, and like most of my, like if someone were to look at my chart, my birth chart, they would look at it and probably be like, "Damn, that's a hard birth chart to go through." But I feel like the fact that I can self-analyze myself, I can be able to still change things and have the strength to. You know what I'm saying? That's why, like, I stopped listening to a lot of astrologers, because a lot of them's like, oh yeah, that person's gonna be like this. And like they make it sound like permanently, but then I'm like,
I
had those mental, issues a little bit, but it's like I'm fixing them and I'm able to see it, even before
totally.
the astrologers come.
Yes.
So like, as you go through your chart, don't get all sad and stuff if you ever see any hard aspects. Because the hard aspects actually might benefit you even more,
Yeah, that's something that Laura and I were just talking about, actually. And it's like when I've been reading other websites when it comes to certain placements and connections and such, like so many of them, especially I've noticed in Vedic, are so negative and dramatic. Like Oh, Rahu and Ketu, you're gonna die. You're gonna lose all your cows.
Damn. I'm starting to think that's a part of their marketing technique in a way with the astrologers on YouTube. I'm truly starting to believe that like they're putting people in a fear mode or in a need to find answers. So they would basically say all this stuff just to get them to, hey, come buy the remedy. This, that. And it's just like, Trav, why you said damn?
Yeah, what?
Well, yeah, what you said about it being a marketing technique, that's it makes sense.
Yeah.
Just like with the occult and the demonic stuff, like the way it's portrayed is so Hollywood and spooky. It's marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like it's that. So they try to scare people because at the end of the day, it's like if people actually go through the books, like that's why I posted what I posted in the chat. It's you're just you're the reason why you have all this karma is because it's you're identifying with the false self.
Right.
But yeah. If I were to ever become an astrologer, that's the one thing I would change. I think I would base it more off of value that I'm giving out rather than value for me to pull people in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. More people need to do that, in my opinion.
Wait, are you saying that
like,
there is an opening in the market for this?
Yeah, there is, but I'm not saying I'm gonna fulfill it. It's like, damn.
Not that attitude.
Now you're giving me ideas.
That's what I'm here for. Rohini plant seed. The seed planter. And my mullah makes sure that I don't get credit for it.
Yeah.
If I do become an astrologer, bro, I'm gonna shout you out, of course.
Oh.
You'll get that credit. You'll get that credit. That's if it's not gonna be something, I don't know, man. I just can't see myself doing that. I can't see myself literally.
Wait. You can't see yourself doing what specifically? What is it that you can't see yourself doing?
Becoming an astrologer. Like I can, but I can't.
What is an astrologer? What is an astrologer that you cannot become?
Man, now you asking me questions.
I mean, all right. So come on, just answer this for me in a basic, simple ass answer. What is an astrologer?
Man, okay, basic ass answer.
That means don't think about it, which you're doing right now.
Yeah, I know. That's just the automatic response. Okay, I'm still trying not to. The first thing that pops up is someone that reads the stars, of course, but that's not exactly it.
I mean, it is exactly it.
An energy reader. Let's just say that. I'd rather say that.
Okay, and what does an energy reader do? What does someone that reads the stars do? What do they do?
They guide people to make better choices.
Is that all that they do? Do they do other things?
Oh crap.
You think of that as like a type of therapy work,
Yeah, that's what I meant by guiding people. But they also tell like the current energies that's in play right now, the best times to. They're life coaches, basically, if you actually take it.
So you're saying that your definition of an astrologer is essentially a life coach, but with energy.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying is you can't see yourself being a spooky energy life coach.
Pause, man. Damn, I have life coach on my board too. Speaker, life coach, and trader. That's crazy.
So what is it that you can't see yourself doing?
What these niggas is doing on YouTube with astrology.
Did you name
I
any
can
of
do
that?
it my own way.
Did you name
can't-
any of that
nah.
when I asked you to define it?
Nah.
Okay, so which part of being an astrologer is it that you cannot do or you refuse to do?
That's crazy. I guess it's just 1,000 of hours reading people charts and stuff like that.
What about it? What about the thousands of hours of reading charts?
Okay, hey, I see what you're doing. I have no answer for what you're saying. It's just attachment. I truly have no answers. It's possible. It's very possible. Let's just see how life turns out. It's very much possible, man. Even the chart says it, and I be trying to run away from it. The chart says it.
The amount of dexterity that you display, the amount of ingenuity that you come up with to escape these questions.
Thank you for saying ingenuity, because I didn't know what the hell dexterity meant.
Okay. It means being flexible. It means knowing how to find different ways to do a thing.
Yeah. But from the beginning, that's why I got so quiet. It's like, I didn't have an answer. So even though you thought I was thinking of one, I didn't have an answer. But the fact that you asked the question made me feel like I had to give one, which I could have just said I don't have one.
True. I appreciate you not doing that. But what I'm saying is that flexibility can easily be applied to finding solutions for yourself.
Finding solutions in what way do you say? Like, do you mean by?
Okay, you're good at running and bouncing and jumping to and fro. That sounds a lot like air energy, but you're coming from just like a fire energy, right? Able to transform things, able to vitalize things. It would seem that if you're able to apply that to what you feel like you don't have, you might be able to bring vitality and energy to these spaces that you feel you lack in.
So you think I can bring vitality to astrology? Hold on. I have to go.
I'm talking about your personal internal makeup. I think what you were getting at before you stopped was that those hours of reading people's charts, you haven't put that work in yet, so you don't feel qualified to do such a thing or to call yourself a title. Is that correct?
No, if you want me to be honest, my ego makes me feel like I could do anything I put my mind to be honest with you.
For sure.
But I just think it's boring.
Oh, so you're saying that the investment of time doesn't seem exciting.
Yeah, it doesn't seem exciting to me because I just feel like
Wait. So it lacks vitality.
It's not as strong. Is that what you're saying? Like my desire to do that type of stuff?
Well, you're saying
I'm confused.
You're saying it's boring, right?
Yeah.
So
to me,
boring to you, then maybe so you're saying that it lacks spice, it lacks fire, it lacks energy, it lacks vitality.
Yeah, and it's not even only that. It has the energy and everything. Actually, it's not just that it's 100% boring, but okay, for me, I think it's before I came to astrology, I already knew most of my problems, you know? The astrology helped me confirm them. But I think like there's an overall just changing someone's whole psychology, you know? Like I feel like without astrology, somebody can still change their life using NLP. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Or somebody can just change their life by reading the Kybalion type stuff. I'm not going to make no rash decisions now, but we'll see how life turns out. But if I do become a life coach, I'm not gonna lie, like I would utilize astrology just to, because I know people like to keep a lot of their stuff hidden. So that's what I would use it for.
Mm-hmm.
And I even remember psychologists. Like I used to tell my old best friend that she lives in Florida. I used to say like, yo, when I was a kid, my psychologist used astrology. And he talked to me based off of me being an Aries, you know? So he broke things
Wow.
down incrementally. And then she's like, and she said, and I told her like astrology is very prominent. Didn't believe me. But you know, it's crazy. I've been on this astrology stuff for like, dang, 5 years now. But before it was just Western. And I would still call people's stuff out. But I think I'm just good at reading people's energy because Moon in the 12th house, Mars and Mercury in the 8th house. That's why. But yeah, her psychologist ended up telling her like, yeah, most astrologers actually do. I mean, most psychologists in America actually do utilize astrology, but they're also using that to test a theory to see if it's real, you know?
Right. At least that's what they tell each other, so they don't sound like they're woo woo.
Yeah, so they don't think, you know, oh, you're a pseudoscience believer. Shut up.
Right. Like you said, a lot of them do it, but publicly they say to each other, "Oh, it's I'm just testing it." But Carl Jung made it okay, so to speak.
I was literally about to mention Carl Jung.
Yeah, I had to steal it from him.
Excuse me. Bro, I remember I was young. This is the funniest thing, Trev. I was young. I was like 17. I was in a homeless shelter. This is how I know psychologists ain't shit compared to people like us. Oh, that's dope. Astrology. Hold on. I'm going to take a screenshot. All right, got it. Actually, that story's petty. So yeah, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, what we can easily deduce from what we've been studying the past couple months is that the science of astrology originated from the study of the Tattvas and the study of, you know, the different aspects of mind that we get from the Vedas and from the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali and from the Bhagavad Gita mostly. That's where we even get psychology from. So if astrology is also derived from these things, then the natural connection to be made would be that one way to determine psychology is through the elements and through the stars. But it's never that the stars cause anything. They're not a cause. The stars are an effect, just like our lives are an effect. The cause is unseen, it's hidden, but we're able to use astrology to get a bird's eye viewpoint of what's going on. So, you know, obviously it's not the stars that cause anything. It's not the planets are here or there that cause anything.
I was watching this dude. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Because we can pinpoint where they are, that just points to and gives us an explanation to the equation behind why we do what we do.
I was listening to this one dude and he was kind of trying to debunk astrology. And then he basically was like, what did he say? He said something about, guys, you know, you guys are looking at a chart from the time that you were born, right? Like, you know, energies change throughout your life. If you feel like that chart is still controlling you, you're weak as fuck. That's what he basically said. He's like, if you're 24 and your chart's still controlling you, you're weak. I was like, oh shit.
Yikes.
There's little truth to what he's saying, but it's coming in a very coming out in a very toxic way, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, there's a lot of people I know who are really into astrology who, you know, they won't do a lot of things like when Mercury's in retrograde and they just act like it's the fucking end of the world and everything. And just like, all right, so if you want to choose to not live your life and do these things that you should probably do during that time. I don't know what to fucking tell you. like oh, don't sign any contracts during this time. Don't buy any electronics because they'll shit out on you. It's like you might get opportunities during that time that you won't during any time. You're just gonna sit on your ass because of Mercury. All right, bro.
One thing that
Mercury and
people do,
Gatorade.
man, they mix spirituality with conspiracy theories, and that's my problem with people.
Yes, same.
They come to spirituality with that conspiracy theory mindset. What if? What if? What if? It's like, bro, stop thinking about what if.
And not only the what if, but jumping to massive conclusions with assumptions and little to no data,
Yes.
and then passing it off as if it is experience.
Having nothing
deeply
to back it up either. Having nothing at all to back it up.
That's painful. Very painful.
Hey, Trav, you just made me think of a question now. Whenever somebody says, yo, Curve, what if? I'm gonna be like, what is? What is?
Damn. What is? Yeah, before they even finish. What if? What is?
Exactly. I'll give that to Travis Mays because you helped me think like that now.
Sometimes it's better to ask questions than to give answers. So honestly, what answer can you give to anybody? We only hear what we want to hear anyways, so why not have the other person say it? The way that I understand things might not be the same way that you understand things, so it wouldn't be so helpful for me to give you my answer, but it would be massively helpful for me to find your answer.
Yep, because now you could talk to that person based off of their level of understanding.
I try to be weary and cautious, taking too much advice from people who are quick to give it, especially if they don't even know who they're talking to or know me. Like, how can you give advice to somebody if you don't know the person you're talking to?
True.
You ever notice how people are so eager to give advice?
Yep.
Would you believe that even stems from an insecurity?
I do believe it. Like I said earlier, the people that give the most, like the people, what is it? The people that try to fix the most people,
There you go.
they're always trying to run away from themselves. So yeah.
Bingo. I need to feel valuable. So let me give people advice. Especially if they didn't ask me for it.
Facts. Facts. Sometimes you don't even have to give people advice. Most people that I've dealt with in my life, they learned from my actions, not even from the advice that I gave them. They learned more from me, from my actions, and then also seeing me be at peace. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good case scenario. Sometimes there's people who don't want advice. A lot of times we don't know what the hell we want. I might even be willing to wager most of the time we don't know what we want. But there are core things that we all want. We all want to feel connected to each other. We all want to feel understood. You know, we all want to feel appreciated, accepted, and all those things. So sometimes advice isn't even what the person's looking for. I think it's a very useful skill to be able to decipher and determine when someone is actually looking for help or if they're looking just to have a connection. Because even though advice in your estimation would work better, if what they're looking for is connection and that's what you deliver, then that's actually the best thing that you could have done in that scenario. You remember being a kid and just thinking that all adults really had their shit together?
Ugh. Yeah.
Yep. It took me till this year to find out that damn, none of them got their shit together.
Right, right. As kids, we just kind of accept that adults have it all figured out and they got all their stuff in order, and I want to be like this person and this is my hero, and everyone's just got it all together. But honestly, that's one of those subconscious things that's never addressed also. You know, some of us really do carry on into adult age with that belief lingering in the back of our heads, and what it does is it causes us to compare ourselves constantly to others. So we think that this person has things better than me, or I wish I had what they had, not realizing that this person is struggling against some type of physical, mental, or emotional trauma. So how can we take advice from someone who, number one, didn't listen, number two, is suffering from their own issues that they have no idea how to solve?
Another thing that we grew up with the idea of the more money somebody has, the more knowledge they have. That was something I like growing up. That's what my family kind of make believe. Like if I gave my family something, or if they got advice from somebody, they'll be looking at like how much money you make type stuff to decide. You know what I'm saying?
Ugh. Yeah. I hate
Yeah.
that.
So it wasn't until like I was like 21, 22 that I figured, okay, no, that shit does not matter. What you bring to the table don't mean shit. What's that dude, Alibaba? The dude that created Alibaba. Elon Musk was like, Elon Musk was right on stage with him. He's like, this just goes to show you guys, not everybody has to be smart to be rich.
Oh, damn. Damn.
Yeah, bro. So yeah, that
Jack Ma, that's his name.
Yeah, Jack Ma. But yeah, that was another thing that that influenced us, because half these people, bro, is like, I don't know, but I do know, but I don't know how to phrase it as of right now. So yeah.
Someone in the chat said Amar looking like a locked character.
Yeah, I like internally lost it at that.
Yeah, that's
So good.
That was funny.
That's funny.
You can unlock Amar in season 4. No, you got to get the battle pass
right now.
If you get the DLC pack, you can get Damarama.
Rama skin. Oh man, this culture is so weird. This generation is so strange. Like, you guys deal with any young folks your age curve?
You talking, man? I'm dang. Do I deal with people like what, 26 and under?
Yeah.
Dang, most of the people I deal with are actually older than me. I get annoyed really fast with those type of people because they're hard-headed. Oh, the one dude I was telling you about. That dude. Yeah, that dude. Yeah, if he's a rapper, he took it in the ass. Yeah, him. He's like a year or 2 years younger than me.
That's what I mean. That kind of stuff. Y'all are the stuff, the way that y'all see the world, it's just very, very different. I get it now.
Assumption based. Go ahead, sorry.
Old folks are always, complaining about the young folks. Like, I see it like every generation, it seems like there's such a shift in how we see the world. Wild shift. Mm-hmm.
Damn. The fuck?
Can you explain more about what shift exactly? Like, because I'm trying to like compare to the people that I engage with.
usually the generalizations about the world, because we have collective cultural generalizations, and it seems that what defines each generation is the cultural generalizations about sex. Um, before there was a time where publicly sex was only between married folks. Then the next generation, it was more kind of just a little bit more loose till it got to the point now it seems that like sex is just something you do instantly with everybody. I don't get that shit at all. But
Man,
like
you
I
wouldn't
think
say.
from my generation, there had to have been some type of element of connection, of attachment, of some type of romantic something, but it seems like that's not necessary whatsoever today. Um, conceptions about work and career, like I know in my generation, it was all about you had to go to college to get a good job, to get a good paying job. You had to. But now it seems like young folks officially have debunked that and don't believe in it at all. I like that one. That's good. Um,
Bro, that
ooh,
sex subject is crazy to me because it's like I told this one person, "Hey, I'm on semen retention." They were my next door neighbor, and they were trying to get at me for the last like 2 to 3 months. I told them I'm on semen retention, and they're like, "When are you done?" And I'm just like, "What the fuck? Like, shouldn't you be
you
proud that
done?
I'm trying to change?" And it's just like, and then I'm talking to this person, right? I would go over their house just to see like, why are they like this? Because I'm always interested. And I was like, I would ask them about, their past male relationships and stuff. And then I realized, she didn't get love from her mom. Her dad was just there giving her money. And I'm just like, do you want to find like a committed relationship? And the person will be like, yeah, but I can't trust nobody. And I'm just like, you putting yourself out there is not gonna help you find that. Cause like the more you put yourself out there, the more these, societal men are just not gonna want to be with you in that way because you're giving it up so easy. And then like, I don't know, bro, it's just the level of understanding I didn't get because she was actually 26 too. But that level of understanding I didn't get. But the fact that like I'm something different and I was like pushing against like not giving it to her the way she wanted it, like not giving her what she wanted, she kept pursuing it even harder. So like that's really confusing because like this is what you hear mostly about males and stuff like that. But now there's like in this generation, a lot of the younger women are acting like that, Like, bro, I've been into a club before and a woman came up and just grabbed my crotch. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, I'm trying not to say but yeah, if I said it correct. But yeah. I'm thinking like, did these people forget about herpes or all this extra shit? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I don't even have to know someone's name.
that's what I mean.
And then if you don't, there was this one person, I told her, I'm not trying to have sex with you, but this, that. I told her, actually, I want to focus on myself. This was like a year and a half ago. The first question she asked is, what's your penis size? Like, she's thinking me not wanting to have sex is because she thinks I have a small thing because I denied her. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah. Ugh.
What the hell? Or he's gay. What?
What?
Yeah.
Man, people are on one. That's all I can say.
So those are some of the descriptive terms of the general public. Right? Of course, everyone's not like that, but you'll absolutely run into no shortage of people like that. They're easy to find. They're everywhere. It's part of the default programming of today's culture.
I'm finding that those types of people are the easiest to control.
Yeah, they're the ones that's most influenced, bro, by this rap music, all this
By
extra
me,
stuff.
influenced by me. Fuck all that rap music.
But I'm just
Shit, you
talking about in
just
general. But yeah, this dude said it by me.
I think that's what I was getting at. So the fact that we've got a general consensus of people who behave the same means that they're easy to analyze and figure out the patterns. So any group that's easy to analyze and figure out the patterns can be, manipulated, adjusted, whatever. Hmm. I agree with Amar. Simultaneously, they seem like the easiest to influence.
Yeah.
Sometimes
It's like when you don't say anything, they just keep on talking too. I'm just like, oh shit. Even for like a couple seconds, like 2-3 seconds, I'll just pause, like I'm just listening, and they'll just keep on like, I'm like, all right.
I learned that from my dad. I mean, he didn't teach me that, but just from observation, he always just had this magnetic quality. Like he was just very stern faced, and it's like his presence would just make people so, I don't know, uncomfortable, I guess, that they would just spill their whole beans. People couldn't hold anything around him. He's always been like that.
Interesting.
I was like that for a long ass time, but then I started to switch over. Wow. My dad goes by Travis. I've always gone by John.
That's
In a name. But yeah, I've noticed that as well, because we're so uncomfortable. We have to fill that empty space. We have to. But even more so with this younger generation, they're so used to being stimulated at all times. All times. When that silence comes, they've got to fill up that void with words. They've got to. Or, they'll cut on the phone and play that music. I try to dissuade away from that. I'd rather, how do I put that? You usually don't like human mouth sounds, but I'd rather hear what's on your mind than the shitty music you want to listen to.
Yeah.
Because I can't do anything about that shitty music.
Listening to their shitty music can also show you an in-depth understanding of their mind too. Because some of these people are easily influenced.
It'll show you an in-depth understanding of their mind control. That's
basically.
It's not their words. It's what they're receiving and downloading from what someone wants them to have.
Okay, what I meant to say is you can read.
Hey man, I know what you meant. You don't have to explain.
Yeah. Okay. Pause.
This is the programmable generation. Generation blank state.
Yeah. I mean, especially with at least in the people I know, like they'll do a lot of psychedelics, but listen to music the whole time, which is cool. Like I'm not like, it depends what type of all that, but like like using the psychedelic opens certain parts of your brain that it's like an instant, not instant, but it's the intensity and the impression on your brain or on your mind is really intense. So it makes some scar up pretty fast, and a deep one.
Because of that trauma.
Because I microdose a lot, but like my input and my food, like not just what I eat, but like what I listen to and all that stuff is very specific.
Yes.
and
Very
purposeful. Yeah.
a controlled diet. I mean, how else do you manage your growth? We talked earlier about cause and effect, how every moment is pregnant with the next moment. Well, nobody said that you can't be the one impregnating the next moment. And I think that's kind of the direction that we want to go. We want to be planting the seeds for the harvest, as opposed to just letting everybody come and fertilize your mind. I mean, isn't that why uh, biologically and socially, a lot of women are very selective about the males that they give attention to or allow to have their attention, because they understand, at least on a biological level, that males generally want to do a specific thing, and because of how we're wired or how society teaches us, we usually think that if a woman gives us attention, then that means, we've got a chance at that thing that we want.
Yeah.
So looking at the law of gender in our minds, maybe it would be the best thing to put that same guard up to block worthless seed from the garden that we value so much. Because it's a lot of worthless seed out there. That's so mean, John. I know, but it's true. Stop. Okay.
Yo, Trev, can you explain your
It's 5
when
o'clock.
you said where you like you're talking to like when you if you're talking to me, you plug in to like that file, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain that process again?
Okay, so just like when you go on your computer and oh my gosh, do you do any, I don't know, graphic design or video editing or
Oh man, I mean not like that, but I'm gonna start. Like I'm looking for like yeah, I'm researching stuff like that right now.
okay,
I have
well,
to start editing videos my own like yeah, but
okay. So what you'll find is that rather quickly you're going to rack up a lot of data, all the footage that you film, the clips that you never use, stuff that you're going to save, like, oh yeah, I'm going to use this sometime, I'm going to use this a little bit later. You start accumulating a lot, and you'll learn that if you don't organize, it's going to quickly become a chaotic mess, and you're not going to be able to find what you had, not going to be able to associate this with the project that you had the idea for. So what I've learned to do over the years is to make little folders specifically, even if I don't have the project fully figured out. I make specific folders for each project. And every time I save, something, I put it there, put it there. I do that with my notes too. So likewise with people, I just kind of visualize that computer desktop with little folders. And in that folder, there's more folders. In that folder, there's more folders. And I know it's complex, but I remember it visually, because all learning is state dependent. So when I'm speaking with anybody, I guess I use their face or their voice or how they type if it's just a text relationship. And I kind of use that to put myself in a state. I like to focus as much as I can on just that individual. And I like to be here as opposed to thinking about other stuff. And that all those things just kind of help me to build a specific state with a specific person. And of course, it's reinforced every time. So as soon as, like, say, Alex starts talking, I switch to what I have with her. As soon as Curve starts talking, I switch to what I have to him. And I don't access what we've talked about or what we've talked about with someone else until the other person talks. So it just kind of helps me stay organized.
okay, so how do you if it's like a group conversation, how does that work in your head? Do like the computers like join together or some shit?
I keep it separated all the same, but I don't I try my best to not stay attached to I guess one stream of conversation. I try to, in that case, I see it more like an octopus. You see what I
Yeah,
mean?
like tentacles. Yeah.
Yeah, because the conversation, it's a group conversation. We're all having a conversation together. But even like right now, it's me and you talking. you know, and as soon as the next person talks or someone else starts a conversation, it kind of is structured like that. It's never really chaotic or random here. It's usually
Yeah.
two or three people talking together, and then it shifts. And also, my personal favorite is using metaphors, or at least speaking somewhat vaguely, not too vague, but somewhat vaguely, and that helps for things to be more fluid. That's the realm that I like to operate within, fluidity.
Okay.
Because things that are rigid are easily broken.
Yeah. Cause I've been like, the more I study the NLP, the more I start like just observe more and collect data
Mm-hmm.
and like different like like stuff like the deep structure of what people are saying, and then
Mm-hmm.
I'll start to correlate that with like a visualization of what I know. Like, for example, if I use their birth chart, I'll like visualize their birth chart.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another thing that helped. So like doing like you guys' charts. So some like, you know, sometimes your nakshatras will pop up in my head, or your main sign, your moon sign or sun sign. All those little things just kind of help keep a nice little file for each person, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say something and it just left. Okay, yeah. So I've also learned, and you know, I'm sure you'll learn it too if you haven't already, that it isn't really important to hold on to everything. You know, that data is there, it's always there. So it's like there's a lot of information that I can't possibly sit here and remember. So I trust that it's there when I get back to it.
That's what Snyder says, to have more trust in your unconscious mind and the structure and all, like just the process it goes through, like transderivational searches and all that.
Yeah.
Because
The
you access everything simultaneously, but you get one image out, but that image is a composite of all the searches that happened.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff. And just on a side note from that concept there, just about the mystical stuff that we've been studying, I'm not even so sure that it's the subconscious mind that stores everything. I think that all the data is just there. It's all there. And all our conscious minds do is just kind of float along this infinite library and just pick certain things to hold on to at any given time. I think that we are amidst infinite information. I don't think that I have a subconscious mind that holds anything. I think that reality is the subconscious mind.
Yeah. I mean, that goes into the same, like if it's like my subconscious mind or my chakras or my kundalini, it's
Mm-hmm.
like it has that singular aspect to it, which is not correct entirely.
My chakras, my subconscious mind. Where is it? If it's yours, tell me about it. I don't think that's the case anymore. Maybe the conscious mind is ours individual because of the manas aspect, you know, because it's easy to attach to. But yeah, I think that subconscious mind is actually a shared collective thing. That's exciting.
I mean, that's why they switch between the subconscious and the unconscious in like a depth psychology, like Carl Jung's stuff.
Yeah, unconscious and the subconscious. So maybe it's graduating layers. Maybe at the deepest level, we've got this collective unconscious. And as we go up, it gets a little bit more specific and individual, right? From the unconscious, then this, let's say at the very top of that pole is the five sense manas, not even the conscious mind, the five sense body consciousness. That's our individual experience. This is me, this is mine. So like in between, we've got layers. So then we've got the conscious mind, and we got the whatever else, then the subconscious, and then the unconscious. Almost like little fingers attached to a big ass hand. The further away from the source, that's the little ego personality.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
So that perspective is feed how do I say it? Well, it's like, okay, I have notes. Hold on. I was writing this down yesterday. How would, or where would the internal representation we create of reality fit into what you described? Or is it what you described?
So what I've observed is that we are a tiny point of perspective within an infinite ocean of experience, all possibility that can ever be possible, Akasha. Now, because that's so much information and because our capacity is so limited, we have no choice but to be scattered when we're trying to hold on, because these things keep changing. This infinite ocean, it just keeps changing and mixing. So because we keep getting scattered, we try to focus, and in order to focus, the only way to do that is to delete stuff, take stuff out. And so we keep deleting, and this is what science tells us, that we've got data around us of all types, but we only select a small amount in order to just keep our sanity. Well, in that process of deletion, it inevitably creates a distortion of what we're experiencing. And that distortion accumulated over time, we generate these giant clumps of generalizations, and that becomes our internal experience. All that data that we've sliced out, it's an attempt for us to maintain some semblance of sanity, some semblance of unity, some semblance of individuality. It's us
Which,
ignoring
so
what's there.
those semblances of individuality would be based off of those deletions, distortions, and generalizations that create the internal representations, would be memories, beliefs, values, meta programs, etc., which are all like filters.
Yes. Yes. The whole, we're surrounded by everything. We're engrossed by all this data. And just to keep it together, we got to delete stuff and distort stuff and generalize stuff. But in doing so, that's creating our personality. That's creating our hangups and all the stuff that you named there. That's a creation based off of everything that we're distorting about reality. But just like what we pulled and selected to believe in is true, everything else is there too. We're just not accessing it. And to think everyone on the planet works this way. I don't believe that anyone's stupid or anyone is lost or any of that stuff. We just choose to lock in on certain points of data to the exclusion of all else.
Yeah, I think the most important takeaway from NLP that I've gotten is like, it all comes back to me and my perceptions and like what, yeah, basically like it all comes back to what I'm perceiving about what information I'm distilling through my internal representation, and knowing that I'm filtering it through all my values, beliefs, meta programs. And that's what the conclusions I come to are.
Mm-hmm.
And like basically working from there. So it's like that goes to say like what you're talking about was like there are no enemies and all that type of shit.
Who's my enemy? But yeah, the understanding of that you just mentioned, the understanding that everything that we're experiencing is a result of our massively complex system of filters and layers, and attaching to those filters and attaching to what we're receiving. So the reality that's filtered through all that, we hold on to it and squeeze it tight. We squeeze it so tight that we believe that it is us. This is me. This is me. But in reality, it's only a fraction of what's actually there. That's not you. That's a small piece of you. We're all of this. We're all of it. We're none of it.
So what frame am I choosing to view from? That's where like you fucking control your frame, be ever vigilant, exit your influence, always be leading. Like that's, I got a new like perception of that when I started getting into frames.
Maintain your frame. Fucking pick one and stay there. How many of us bounce and bounce and bounce? One day we black magic, one day we dark side. Now we back to Jesus. Maintain your frames. Pick one. None of it's true. Everything is permitted. So just pick one. You're always going to find somebody to disagree with you.
Yeah.
You know, who's to say that Michael W. Ford and E.A. Koetting have changed their minds and even found evidence to support that change of mind? But they're gonna keep playing their role, because that's what we come to realize. We're all just playing roles here. We're all just playing roles. Maybe my views have changed on how I see goetic spirits, but I understand my role, or the one that I've chosen to understand. None of it matters any more than I maintain that it matters. Jeez Louise, this stuff gets real slippery.
Yeah. Yeah.
I understand that I am a symbol, but I also choose to be a symbol. You know, so it's not that the symbol,
Yeah.
it's not that I'm locked in this and I can't be anything else. I've chosen to do this and I choose to maintain it because I understand the effect that it has, and I have goals. I have a direction that I'd like to go, and being what I am, doing what I do, behooves me to reach those goals. That's not the same as me believing that I am what other people say that I am. There's a difference, right? Like say a celebrity or musician or anyone who's in the public eye, they run the risk of losing themselves because the people are telling them who they are, and they believe that.
Because they're not maintaining their frame, or maybe they don't even know what their frame is.
Mm. The playground, the chessboard, the arena, the matrix is the mind. It's our individual mind and the mind of everyone that we come into contact with. If you don't know your piece, you know, somebody else probably does. Matter of fact, somebody else will assign you a position if you don't assign it yourself. And like I mentioned, everybody that I've ever met is going through physical, mental, and emotional trauma. I don't want none of them folks to define my piece, my purpose, because they're just going to use me as something to, you know, perpetuate their trauma. Some girl's going to use me for her daddy issues, unless I establish what I am. some person's gonna just use me as a quick, you know, piece of cash or whatever, unless I establish what I am. That's how it is. We mentioned this young generation. The world's telling them what they are, and they're accepting that. Hey, you try the best you can. The best you can is good enough. Hey, Alex. I guess that McDonald's coffee got to her finally.
No, it didn't. I was just I was in the other room printing something off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I heard your Radiohead reference though. Very nice. What's up?
There we go. I was gonna say that, but I think you're already on the vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Best you can is good enough. Hey, Amar.
Yeah.
Did you ever get into, or you either, Curve? Did you guys ever get into the whole MGTOW thing? Or have you heard of that?
The MGTOW?
MGTOW. I see it in the chat. That's why I bring it up. Men going their own way.
That's an acronym?
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh shit. No, I just heard of this right now.
Yeah. So apparently from the whole game philosophy and all that stuff, like, you know, the game and mystery method and all those other type of books. There's all
Yeah.
these little, and the rational male. There's these subcultures that have come up, like the MGTOW thing and red pill. I'm sure you heard of red pill and all that stuff. I try to stay away from all that because we're still dealing with traumatized people.
Yeah.
True.
That's almost like the kind of like how we've got what we're doing with the Vedic science and the occult. And then you have like baby witches, and you got like, you know, we was Kangs, and you know, all this other stuff. How these other groups have like pieces of it, but never quite get to the source info. That's how it kind of seems like these other side groups are.
I was gonna go on the mystery method site later to see what people have posted and stuff like that.
Is it still up and going?
I mean, according to the book, I haven't gone on it yet though. Like he said that it's basically like a forum for you to like post like your engagement and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Have you heard of the rational male?
Yeah, I have it. I heard about it from you, but I just haven't got into it that much yet. But yeah, it's on my list though.
I would say that that one is source material right there. That one is
Oh, okay.
I think a lot of books may have tried to copy or imitate what he's done. Because you mentioned forum, and that made me think of the Rational Mill. That used to be a website, and it was like I guess kind of like the Made to Society group where a lot of people come and post their experiences, but he pretty much took all his posts and put it into a book. And that book goes on the
okay, that's why it's written like that. Kind of like it's written. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
That book goes on my short list of books that have actually changed my life after reading them.
Okay, I might have to actually go through the whole thing. Oh, I am gonna go through the whole thing now.
I think that happens because there's a lot of views that we hold about life, and some of them may be, well, shit. Some of them are incorrect. We just don't know that until we see something better. And it isn't just that it sounds good. It's like, have you ever had that experience where you learn something new and you're like, oh shit, and you just know it's true. You don't need to be convinced. Like, you just know it's true.
Yeah, all this NLP shit. Like, yo,
Right.
yeah.
That,
And I mean, like, just even the title, from at least the way my mind is, like Gemini Ascendant, like the rational mind. That's like right up my Gemini Ascendant alley.
rational as opposed to being like emotional or whatever. And it just makes sense. It's nothing to do with like how somebody feels about a thing. It wow. I got a whole stack of books like that. That
That
anyway.
one that you have that you post, like it's like the Warrior Mind or something. I'm gonna get that one too.
Yeah. Some people recommend
Something like
one
that.
to me.
Like,
Yeah, Junebug, I think he's finished that one. I didn't finish it though. But that one has some good points in it that also kind of, that so far that I've read, really adjusted my mindset. I like books like that.
because the reason I like the mystery method so much was because that Venusian artist, like all right, so my ascendant's in Mercury, so my first house lord is in Purva Shada, which is ruled by Venus. So like, is literally like talk to me on a deep level, basically. That like just the Venusian artist, like that concept was like, oh wow, like this shit fucking existed. Like,
Right. The Venusian arts. Something about finding out that you exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things that we have inside of us and thoughts and stuff, but to hear someone else talk about them that has actually been doing it and made a science out of it, something about that is just so gratifying. You know, makes me feel less out of place.
yeah. I mean, something that captivated me about like basically masters of like social dynamics is just like controlling a room like that, like just walking into the room and then maybe like 15 minutes and it's just they're in control of the whole fucking room. Like that's an art and a science. And it's like, yeah.
And to do that, there has to be a level of understanding of human nature. That's and sure, some people are born with it for sure, but that doesn't mean it can't be learned.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters. I think what matters is how effective are you? How effective is it? That's what matters. Whether it's a talent or a skill. Is it useful? Is it appropriate? Do you know the difference?
I mean, that in Atomic Habits, there's this, I don't know his name, but it was a Russian scientist, a psychologist type of guy. And he basically, he believed in heart. He didn't believe in talent at all. So he's like, talent doesn't exist basically. And he, for his experiment, he needed a wife that was like on board because he was going to use his kids as the experiment for like to make them chess champions. So I don't know if you read that part in Atomic Habits yet, but it's, so he has 3 kids and I forgot their ages. So I'm gonna just like arbitrarily say like, I know they had 3 daughters and basically he set up the whole house like with posters of like chess champions, chess books, like all that type of stuff. Like when they were kids and babies, they only heard, saw, talk chess only. So like the oldest one like set records and all that, but the youngest one became like the youngest grandmaster in all of chess, like all that shit, just like to prove his hypothesis that talent doesn't exist and you can program a mind the whole way to master.
Jeez. How long has this man been sitting on that theory and the patience to sit there and do that?
And he sent a letter to like a professor, which ended up being his wife. That was like, yo, like I need a woman that's on board with this.
That too. That too. Let's get married for science. We need to make about 3 kids and we're going to train them in chess. Are you down? Yeah, I guess. Why not?
Like she was like, by the time she was like 10 or some shit like that, she was beating like world champions.
Man. But look at that. Whether or not, wow, I've heard of that. I don't know. It wasn't from that book, but I've heard that story from somewhere else. I didn't hear that backstory part where he wanted to prove the theory, but I heard about those kids.
I mean, that's the same type, like if you hear a lot of people's stories, like successful people and all that, they did some type of programming of the subconscious mind, obviously. Like,
Yeah. And you'll find that a lot of times these people who get famous for a particular skill or talent, it wasn't just like they were randomly discovered. They've usually been working at it since they were kids or have been having experiences with this thing in and out of their lives. Actors, like a lot of these actors have been extras in movies since they were young. It's not like they suddenly got a movie role. No, they've been in this thing for a minute.
yeah.
This horrible myth of overnight success. No, even with these social media people, like you'll see influencers and people with like these huge numbers on their accounts, and like it didn't just happen. They didn't just suddenly wake up and start posting and they know something, or they're doing something, or someone is working with them, or someone has, you know what I'm saying, given them information.
Yeah.
This world is full of illusions, and for them, it's better for you to think that it just happened out of the blue, because it makes them seem even more legendary. But
even that phrase, like out of the blue, like blue, talking about like a caution in space and all that. I'm like, yo, I mean that's what it is to me.
Out of the blue, out of nowhere. Yeah, you just weren't aware of it, but they were. I know you've been through this, Alex, when people come to you like, hey, have you heard this new band? And it's like, I've been listening to them for 10 years. What do you mean new band?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, that's new to you. That's cool, but it's not new to me. That's fine too.
No, they just came out. They've got the song on the radio. They just came out.
Yeah. It's like sometimes those bands have been doing stuff for quite a while, and they just didn't get a hit until just pretty recently. Like for example, like that's what happened with Alex G. He's been doing a lot of stuff on like Bandcamp and has like a lot of unreleased stuff. Just as only like within the past, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years did he get like really big, and then was put on a major label and such, because like everything he did was like self-released, like or like on smaller like labels and such.
Yeah, and even to think, for someone to put you on a major label, that means they have seen you doing work before that,
Mm-hmm.
But just to kind of relate it back to talent and skill and that type of thing, I think that's one of the big points here. If there's something that, first of all, you got to know what you want. What are your goals? Where are you trying to get to? What do you want out of
Mm-hmm.
life? And once you figure that out, what are you doing now to build up the necessary skills to get there? It doesn't just happen magically. There's not a demon you summon to make yourself successful in life. It doesn't work like that. Now,
Nope.
that demon might help you get those skills, but you got to know where you want to go and what skills you need to develop.
Yeah, it can help you, it can help you with that mentality, but it's not gonna give you that. How, like, that's not, can't really do that.
Because it takes a certain kind of mind to maintain the lifestyle that you want, right? We all want to be rich, but did you know to be wealthy, you got to have a certain way of living to maintain that. If you take this current, can you really say that you can take your current state of mind into wealth and maintain that wealth? More than likely not, because we don't know how to manage money. But see, that's the thing in developing the skills. In developing the skills, we learn through experience what it takes to build the wealth, to manage the money, what kind of things have to be done to accumulate wealth. We learn about all kinds of things that we didn't know we needed to know. That's the beauty of the journey.
Good thing I've been doing this since I was like 7.
Okay,
Because
something.
now,
Oh, my bad. You go.
no, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, what Travis was saying reminded me of in one of the NLP books. I forgot which one, but it talked about like any situation that you want or like any skill you can develop or whatever. It's either you've had a past experience of it that will like directly correlate with what you want to develop, or you could imagine it and that's just as good. And like that tied into me when I was taking Brother Panic's class. He's talking about like, remember like grandma's cooking and stuff like that. And I heard a voice in my head be like, oh, like my grandma died before I was born, so I can't do that. And then another voice was like, but you can imagine that shit. And I was like, oh, fuck. Like when I had that realization, I was like, it was just like so eye-opening. Even me using eye-opening, like I'm hella visual.
Yeah.
But that made so much click to me. It's like, I have it in my experience already, or I can imagine it.
Yes. That's a crucial thing also about future casting. Because look, if you've never had money, then how can you imagine what it's like having money? If you've never been in the place that you want to go, how can you imagine, or how can you see yourself there? That's part of why visualization and future casting is so important, because even if we haven't had it, we've had something similar. We can access something similar. We can use correspondence. I may not know what it looks like or smells like to have 10 grand in my pocket, but I know what new clothes smell like. I know what a new car smells like. I know what, some fancy food smells like. We can utilize peripheral things like that to paint the picture. I mean,
I think with what you're saying, also, it's very important to know the downfalls of having it. Because, like, I know hella people that be like, man, if I had 50 grand, I would do this. If I had 100 grand, I would do this. And I'm like, bro, no, you don't know what you would do. Because when I got my first, 50, I spent a lot of it. You know what I'm saying? I put a lot of it back into the business and kept it going. But, definitely if you never had money before, you got to prepare for having money. Like, you have to be prepared to have it.
right. I mean, likewise, if you want a beautiful girlfriend, if you don't know how to manage someone who attracts a lot of attention and you're insecure, you're going to have some problems.
Ooh, true.
Or if you wanted like the perfect body, you're going to have to maintain that, right? You have to manage what you eat. You're going to have to manage how much exercise you do. There's a lot that comes with the things that we want. But unless we sit down and flesh the details out, these things won't cross our mind. But the visualization process helps in many ways because this thing that we've been calling the subconscious mind is very symbolic. So it isn't even literal, doesn't have to make sense. The important thing is, do we have a symbol to access? Do we have something to kind of hold on to as a guidepost? A lot of the things that I visualize myself as or visualize from my future aren't realistic whatsoever, but it's intentional because I'm able to invoke states of mind when I have these visualization. And that's what is realistic. I can feel certain ways.
Yeah.
I may not be able to physically change my shape at will to all sorts of incomprehensible things, but I can feel the way that that feels in my daily life. To feel limitless, to feel like I have no boundaries, to feel like what I am extends beyond the limitations of time and space. It's okay to be an extra dimensional entity.
All right, Chad, I need to ask you a question because that last thing you said about being like formless and a multidimensional entity, all that. So have you taken enough shrooms to be in that like the way it came to me, basically it's like all my muscles are just like numb. Like not numb, but like super like kind of like Neo when he has all those like pins in him when he comes out of the Matrix. It's like that. But I visualize my body reconstructing, like if you just looked at it, it would be like it looks like this. But my mind, I reconstructed it with like a bunch of shit that like part like Venom, like a bunch of other shit.
Yeah.
But because I was in that state of I felt like my body was being recreated already because of the shrooms.
Mm-hmm.
And like I passed some threshold. So it literally felt like my mind was recreating my body. So I recreated it with a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
Have you had any similar experience? Maybe not on shrooms, but like, is that something that you do?
Nothing comes to immediate memory on shrooms with that, but I know for me and the whole astral projection thing, one of the things that I did specifically was I made at least 4 different I guess designs, 4 different astral bodies for specific purposes. And I spent a lot of time utilizing them, I would say. Um and in the beginning it may not have been astral projection, it may have just been me, fantasizing. But I'd go into like meditation and I would see myself come out of my physical body and go into that new body, and I would you know, go about experiencing it. And like I'll have one used specifically for certain rituals that I do on the astral plane. I have one specifically for visiting other people and causing change and other things like that.
Oh, that's lit. All right.
Yeah. So, and I guess doing that so much, it's really easy for me to just put myself in that state again. And usually each one of those bodies makes me feel a certain kind of way. So
Yeah.
it has an effect on my physical body, has an effect on my physical state.
Yeah.
And there have been times when I have become lucid in the dream and taken some of those forms. That's probably the most fun. I'm not going to cap and say that happens often, though.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna induce that with my next shroom experience.
Yeah, yeah.
Trav, who has influenced you to say cap the amount of times you said cap today?
Today,
Because I have never heard you say cap like that.
yeah, I think you said it first today. Cap, cap, cap. Did somebody say it in the chat?
Maybe it's like Capricorn. You're talking about Capricorns.
No, he said I ain't gonna cap. He been
No,
saying
I
ain't
know,
gonna
but
cap.
like just like
Oh.
cap, it's still cap. You know, like cap.
I'm like, this old ass saying cap. I'm just kidding. You're not old, bro. You're very.
Hey man, I gotta adapt. Venom, symbiote. No, xenomorph. There it is. Xenomorph. Gotta adapt quickly too, or else you go extinct.
For some reason, bro, I think of Trav as like an uncle, bro.
I guess that works.
What's up?
Huh?
I guess that works.
I think it's because like the most people that I learned from, the person that I learned from, kind of the most were my uncles. But yeah,
First, I gotta come to terms with someone calling me daddy. Now it's gotta be uncle.
wait, I ain't calling you uncle or dad. So whoa.
This is all new and uncomfortable to me.
Shoot, when you said I love you, I was like, wait, Trav loves? That was a little weird. That was a little new to me. You're like, I love you, Curve. You remember I like kind of studied. I stuttered too. I was like, I love you too, man.
Yeah, man.
I always thought of you like a very detached person. But then I'm like, damn, these exercises really working, nigga. Which one you doing?
Well, hey, who says we can't be both?
Yeah, true.
Detached when it matters, attached when it matters.
I'm trying to peep the patterns of when you become like that. I'm not gonna cap. I'm trying to peep them patterns.
Let me know if you find it. I really try my best to eliminate patterns in myself as best as I can. Obviously, I can't do all patterns, but
Like as a group, we have a pattern to compare and contrast, or when the conversation is dying down and we made our point, we tend to talk about the others like they're separate. Like people that's not doing the work, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Fuck.
But it's a good conversation filler though. It's a good conversation filler.
Ein Self in the chat says Travis twerked for the devil like Lil Nas to clout his channel.
Nah.
Look at his old
Why?
video. Devil was his glow up.
That's crazy. He did not just say that. I could never see Trav twerking on the devil, man.
What?
That's funny.
I was thinking you would like those shoes though.
I don't know anything about
Like
any of that stuff. I ain't seen
there's
the shoes.
a
I ain't
I
seen
seen
the
them.
the
video.
shoes came out.
They're pretty
It was the
fire. Those
666
shoes are
shoe.
fire as fuck. Yeah.
I really like those shoes. Yeah.
Yeah, with a 0.01% of human blood in it at the bottom of the shoe.
Yeah.
And then it has like the Lucifer, it has a star on the shoe. It says 666 on it. And it
You got
says
human
Luke.
blood on that shit? That's pretty lit.
Yeah, 0.01% of human blood though.
Yeah. I can't lie.
I was like, usually those Air Maxes are like 60 to like $90. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, I would get that as a gift to Trev, but that shit was like 1,000. I was like, nah, Trev.
1,000.
Yeah, because they only came out
I
with
mean-
666 pair.
$600,000.
But they had yeah,
Yeah.
twerking on the
Dude,
devil.
there's Air Maxes that the Back to the Future Air Maxes go for like 10 grand.
What?
He said Air Maxes?
Not Air Maxes. Other Air
You mean
Maxes?
Air
I don't know what
Mags.
they're called.
Air
What
Mags.
the- Huh? Air
Air
Mags.
Mags.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like 10K.
Yeah, I think that's that Rohini in me. I love shoes and fashion, but like now it's like I like it, but I can care less at the same time. I do it in my own way. I could go thrift shop and make that shit look like it's expensive.
Yeah.
Did you guys see they have like the Jesus Christ versions?
Is that
And
real? I
instead
thought
of
that
the
was a meme. That's real?
you said what?
So he made a Jesus version and a devil version.
The not Lil Nas. Lil Nas was just attached to the devil version because of his music video. And I feel like that was perfect marketing. But they came out, the company called Mischief, they personally designed shoes, but they came out with the Jesus Christ version. Nike didn't sue them, but the devil version came out a day after everybody saying, oh, how dare, blasphemy, this, that. Nike goes and sue them for that shoe.
So Lil Nas X doesn't have anything to do with the shoes.
He's just connected to it as like as a promoter or influencer. You know what I'm saying? He didn't create it though. It wasn't his idea. That shoe
thought he
company
did,
does that
'cause-
all the time. That shoe company does it a lot.
Oh.
And in the video, if you actually watch it, he's twerking and had sex with the devil so he can become the devil, so he can take the devil's power.
That's
I didn't watch the whole thing, but I saw the somebody broke it down and he was talking about it too.
That's one way of doing it.
That boy was in heaven talking about this shit boring. Slid down a 10,000 mile pole and landed on a split. That was funny.
wait, what? What? That's straight out of the fucking mythology of the fucking Orishas. When someone had to bring a rope down, climb down to earth.
That's crazy.
Obatala came down on a rope.
Oh man. So you telling me after all this outrage, nobody with knowledge of the science has broken down the video?
You see, for the other thing though, it says that he put Luke 18, and then in Luke 18 it says something about the devil fell from the heavens. So that verse alone on the shoe talks about it. I just don't know about that twerking.
I gotta get going right now, guys.
All right,
Peace
Alex.
out.
Peace.
Peace.
So,
Man, whoever said Travis was twerking on the devil, I feel like they tried the whole major society, man. Travis is a unicorn, bro. He's not a twerker.
I don't know what that guy was about. I think he's gone. Humanity. It's just a word. Knowledge is power, or at least it's potential power. Because if you're not using it, then it's not exactly power at that point. It's just information.
Isn't that one of the? That's like the first axiom they said in the Kybalion for that chapter, isn't it? Like wasted, like knowledge without practice is wasted.
Yes. Yes. Right in the beginning, the possession of knowledge, unless accompanied by a manifestation and expression in action, is like the hoarding of precious metals, a vain and foolish thing. Knowledge, like wealth, is intended for use. The law of use is universal, and he who violates it suffers by reason of his conflict with natural forces. Knowledge is power. It is literally not good enough to study this stuff. You got to study it and live it. You got to live it also.
Yeah, in Arabic they have like a saying basically, if you're not putting the knowledge to use, it's like a lame ass, like a donkey with books on his back. Just like a burden.
Donkey with a bunch of books stacked on his back. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. Lame ass. Shut your lame ass up.
That's why one of my top values is practical knowledge of self, which is like that in and of itself breaks down. That's why I'm having like I had a hard time. Even like freedom is not just one thing. It may be one word, but to get that, it's so much behind someone's meaning of freedom.
Yes.
Like, how are you gonna get it? What does that mean?
Yes.
All that. Yeah.
Yeah, because many people take freedom as like do whatever I want, but it's like, man, the freedom that you're truly thinking, that wealth freedom, the extra stuff, that takes discipline.
That's one of the important subtleties of this whole exercise that I'm conducting as far as asking people their values. For the most part, we may have at one point in our lives come up with our values, but haven't touched them since. They might be in the back of our head, but we never really dwelt upon them. So by bringing them up, you bring these words up, first of all: freedom, security, family, wealth. But just like what you're talking about, Amar, it's now we've got to go into those words and break down what they mean to you, not what they mean in the dictionary or what I want to hear. What does it mean to you? What is freedom to you? What is wealth to you? And it isn't until you really break down the definition of your values. It isn't until you break it down that you know where you want to go. I know what freedom means for me. I knew what it meant for me when I was, not free, when I didn't consider myself having freedom. I know what wealth means for me. I know what security means for me. The things that I don't know what they mean for me, unsurprisingly, they're not really clear in my life. They're not really manifested. Is there a correlation? Absolutely. I think that is a little bit more realistic of an approach to the law of attraction. It isn't so much that what you vibrate on becomes real, but what you clarify, what you focus on, what you expand upon, you're inevitably going to bring it into your life because you've got it mapped out, even to the point that your subconscious mind understands it. But the things that you leave vague, you're just going to take what you can get.
Yeah. That reminds me of like how phobias are one-time learning, but you could reverse engineer the structure of the phobia into like something that you reverse engineer the phobia first into something you're not scared of, but then into something that propels like inspiration or motivation and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was getting at too.
That would be such an amazingly beneficial study to analyze how phobias are created and how they're triggered. It's little things like that that we don't think of. Most of us that have fears and phobias and stuff like that, it's triggered by something, and it sends us into a chain of thoughts that go to an expected outcome. But we never break that down. We just follow along that roller coaster. But if we're able to break that down and figure out how and why it happens, not only do we have the opportunity to solve it and heal it and to reprogram it, but we have the opportunity to create new chain reactions within ourselves. They don't necessarily have to be phobias, but can be positive triggers and changes. I see that spider, and I'm reminded of the first time when I was, I don't know, what year was it? 1998, I want to say. And this, to me, a gigantic spider came out from under the grandfather clock. And my dad commanded me to kill it. Go kill that spider. I was terrified. I'd never been that afraid of spiders. I don't even know if I killed it or not. I was that scared. My memory went blank. I don't know what happened. It was just awful. And in my imagination, the thing was gigantic. And I know every time I see a spider on the ground, it expands in size, right? I didn't notice this was happening, but when I saw it, it magnified. And I saw that giant spider from when I was younger. And that moment of my dad, forcing me to go kill it. And I didn't want to do it because it was terrifying. That happened every time I saw a spider instantly. It took me back to that memory. But I had to stop, go back within and reprogram that. Because if I didn't, that was going to happen until the day I died. Grown ass man, old man, 50, 60 years old, seeing a spider and it magnifying and me being taken back to the year 1998. How many of us have situations in our lives how many situations in our lives are a replay of a moment stuck in the past that we've never broken down and healed from? Oh, I don't like dogs. Why? I don't know. I just don't like them. But if you sat with it and went back, you'll see back when you were 6 years old, something happened.
That just like when people say just, that's I forgot what it's called, but um like that's them basically rationalizing it to themselves. Like it's just this.
Yeah. Let me stay in my trance.
It's 6 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Yeah. And it does have a word for it. And it's a blocker. It blocks healing. It blocks transformation and change. It's pretty much you putting your fingers in your ears and saying, I want to stay here. I want to stay here. Don't take me anywhere else. Hmm. Yeah, but most of the people that we encounter on a daily basis are stuck in a lot of loops like that. Their whole minds and lives are a complex of automatic triggers and loops, and them going out of their way to avoid certain triggers and loops.
Oh, you know what? This shit mind boggled the fuck. At first it did, but then like I'm like, all right, I knowing like from what I know from NLP, I can make sense of it. But like at first it was just like, what the fuck? So that basically that trainer hella insecure, bro. It's just like crazy. She was eating an apple on her desk, and then I was working out, and she comes up to me. She's like, "Oh, like I'll talk to you after. I'm about to go eat this apple in the bathroom because I don't want people looking at me and calling me or thinking I'm a fat ass." And I'm just like, she says it laughing, but I'm like, she really went to go eat the apple in the bathroom. And bro, like she's hot, she's not like any type of like that, but her self-image is. And she's called herself a fat ass multiple times. And I'm like, like,
Mm-hmm.
one, it like turned me off, but because it's like just that, yeah. But the other thing is just like that self-image shit is so fucking like real. Like it basically converts, like she's thinking when people are looking out. So much so that she had to eat in the bathroom. Wow. I was like, wow, that's.
Isn't that why it's so important to listen to the things that people say? Because people, just like that scenario, we say the little things that are in our mind. I'm such a fat ass. Or ha ha, I'm what is it that I hear also? Some girls refer to themselves as a dumb bitch. You know, oh, you probably think I'm a dumb bitch, or haha, so says the dumb bitch. But it's like I never said that. You're
Yeah.
saying that. You're calling yourself a dumb bitch. Haha, tee hee. We reveal what we think about ourselves. The small talk is important. And like I'll call it out and people will be like, "Oh, well, it's just a joke." No, it's not just a joke.
Yeah.
Because I've heard you say it on multiple occasions, first of all.
Like,
Where does that come from? Whose voice is, oh yeah. And yeah, there's another person in my life who is constantly calling themselves you know, derogatory names like an idiot or stupid or, you know, just little self-talk stuff.
yeah, I know people. I know someone like that too.
It's like you know, like, I just want to ask so bad, like whose voice is that? Who's saying that to you? Because it's not you. What we find is that that right there is someone that has said that to you over and over, like a parent. Where's that voice coming from? Is it a masculine voice? Is it a feminine voice coming from this side or that side? Is it coming from above you? Because if it's coming from above you, it's probably a parent when you were a child talking down on you, and it's stuck there. It embedded itself in your memory. So when you hear that voice, oh, you fucking dumbass, it's coming from the top right corner because that was your dad saying that to you behind your back or when he got frustrated with you or whatever. That shit gets lodged into a person. And until we heal it, it'll stay with us forever. Whew, that's hard. I don't want to eat in front of people because I don't want them to think I'm a fat ass. She looks in the mirror and she doesn't see what you see.
Bro, I don't even. I can't. I don't know what girl size is, but she's very slim. Like, like, like very.
So imagine how much, to what degree her reality is distorted.
Yeah, that's why it was like, yo, I do not want that type of girl in my life. Like, I'm like, yo, I don't even know if someone could look that good for me to do that. If like your reality is that distorted.
Talk about deletions, distortions, and generalization, and every possible conceivable reality is available at any given time. That is what she's singled out and chosen, despite the evidence to the contrary. This is how our minds work. When I say
Yeah.
that everybody is dealing with some type of physical, mental, or emotional trauma, that's a perfect example. It don't
And
matter what the physical states.
yeah. And then me noticing that, I have to ask myself, since I'm seeing a reflection of something within me. So now I have to look back within myself, where am I doing that? And then go through the whole VOKOG and change that.
Mm-hmm. Whoo boy. Tree Marie says use that NLP.
Yeah.
Every opportunity. And sometimes, I mean, you got to exercise some love and compassion because it may take 2 or 3 years. It may take a while because some of that stuff is embedded deep, and some
Yeah.
people don't want to.
And she's a trainer, like, she trains people that would actually be like, some of them are like actually obese or like stuff like that, so it's like, damn, trying to wrap my head around the distortion. I was like, what the fuck?
So I wonder why she got into physical fitness in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's also an example of the end embedded in the cause, the effect embedded in the cause.
Yeah.
Ooh, IDKDKDF. That's a good one. He says it's the same for people who over explain themselves or say I'm sorry every other sentence. It's true.
Yeah.
There's no way to hide who you are, especially to a trained eye. You are what you are. So instead of trying to hide it, if you see something you don't like, then just get to the root of it by any means necessary and modify it. to what degree is that reality distorted? Where when you look in the mirror, you see something completely different than what's actually there. But that should also go to show her modalities, also her submodalities. Also, it isn't the visual that determines reality. It may be auditory that determines reality for her.
Oh yeah, self-talk.
Mm-hmm. Despite what she sees, maybe what she's telling herself is more real. Spicy information.
Yeah.
How advanced are we going to get? Because this thing isn't going to stop. It might be getting to the point to where only certain people can understand what we're talking about.
With that too, I started taking my time, like studying, like really, like I put Snyder on 0.25x and was like studying it like from different like 0.25x and then like the speed for the YouTube video and like half and like 1.5 and 2x. But just basically hearing it in different ways.
Okay. I know I've rewatched several of his videos multiple times.
In one of the videos, he says that like a minimum of 10 to 20 times, like you would start extracting information from a video that you've watched. Like watching a video one time, you didn't really learn anything. Unless like you trained yourself to like do that type of shit. Yeah, reading a book too.
Yeah, I would say the same thing would even go for reading a book. You know, if you aren't, I want to say, established in learning how to read with comprehension, because there's a lot of times we read books and our mind is kind of just like a cup with a hole in it. You know, we fill it up with water, but it eventually all leaks back out. But there's got to be some way set up that we're able to retain what we've got.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason why I highlight and I also take notes. For me, that helps me to retain that information and embed it into my subconscious mind. Because what I find is I go back over my notes maybe 6 months later, and I found that a lot of stuff that I have incorporated into my daily thought process, I see where it came from. I see the notes. I also like to date and timestamp my notes too, like what time it was when I started taking the notes and what day it is. This kind of gives me helps me keep track of what I've been learning and where it came from.
Yeah.
But ever since you brought up the NLP stuff, I started going back to my notes from I want to say it was August when the last time I really got back into NLP stuff. I think that's when I actually got these videos that we were talking about. But I just see how much I've been learning from those notes.
Yeah.
Well, I highly recommend to anyone who isn't taking notes, you know, just get you a notebook and just start jotting it down. You know, write the time and the date and just take notes and keep that notebook. Just like with the dream journal, you know, and that may work. I like that because it tackles both the visual and the kinesthetic aspect of it. I know for me, going through the energy expenditure of actually writing those notes in my handwriting, that helps me to lock it into memory.
Yeah. Same for me too, the kinesthetic component.
And then also the visual component of the highlighter, because sometimes what I'll do is and we all have those moods where you don't feel like reading, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes when I'm in that mood, I'll still sit in my spot, I'll still have the book open, and the energy may not be there, but I'm going to flip through that book and I'm going to see the highlighted portion. And sometimes just sitting there flipping through it, looking at the highlighted portions, that'll eventually start to kindle the fire and get me to start studying again.
Yeah. I treat my books as like entities. So it's like, that's why I carry them with me. Like I literally, like with my backpack and shit, I have my books in my backpack. Cause it's like, they're like my friends. Yeah. So then they start like giving back to me in different ways.
That's cool. I understand the symbolic aspect of them also. So sometimes I know I'm not finna sit up here and read 6 books, but I'll have them laid out in front of me, almost as if, you know, we're a team, you know, we're a family, or we're some kind of collective thing. So it's like I'll have certain books, certain ones on top so I can see the cover. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
gotta have the Durana Darshan over here with Niran Janananda's face on it.
Yeah.
Gotta have my top with Shooty stack over here. You know what I'm saying? And I might have Samkhya Darshan under that. You know, just I usually have different books like that lined up around me, knowing I'm not going to read them, but having them there kind of triggers a state for me.
I mean, even having them just because they're in your sensory perception.
Yes.
That effect, yeah. Like just because if you change that with something else, that would affect your perception too. Like if a spider started crawling on those books, you would start thinking differently based off of the sense perception of the spider.
Yeah. Especially now.
Yeah.
And hell,
And
that's
the
what I
fact
was
that I
doing for the
just
longest
used
time.
the spider reference was because we just talked about it a couple minutes ago.
I even used the spider as a visual aid for myself. So when I was studying hypnosis and hypnotherapy, one of the techniques that they mentioned was that you use an anchor symbol, an anchored symbol. So I've got a little blue hair unicorn that I have on my study spot. And I used to have this here, and I would do a quick meditation where I'd focus on the spider, and it would train my focus to kind of zoom into one small spot, and then I'd get to reading. And that would help me focus on just the line I'm reading instead of being scattered. So doing that night after night after night after night kind of develops a habit pattern for you.
Yeah.
For me. That's another thing. I tried to make sure that when I'm talking about things, I don't say you, because I don't know what you're thinking. It's for me.
Yeah.
Right. You know how you sometimes forget to put the seat down? No, I don't know how you forget to put the seat down. I know how I forget to put the seat down. Oh. Oh,
Yeah.
a beautiful day. Always a beautiful
Definitely. I feel like I feel hella grateful to be in this, to have found this type of information. Cause like, yeah, like I just started taking my time with it. And that's how I knew that it was like I actually like something I'm actually passionate about. Cause like I don't have like it's like I want to understand all of it.
Yeah. And that's a wonderful thing. That is so good to actually have a passion for learning, because you go so much further than just trying to keep up with somebody else or just doing it because it's the hot thing to do. When you want to do it, there's no stopping you.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like a neutral supervillain or a neutral superhero. I don't know, neutral. Because I I'm very attracted to the idea of power not so much as like maybe the cliche concept of it, but the idea of having a mastery over myself and over others.
Yeah.
Something about that's very appealing. And
Yeah.
not even so much to do anything specific, but I guess because I have an inner sense that you know, I am different. An inner sense that I stand out, that I stand apart, an inner sense that something about me is special. This kind of gives me an opportunity to actualize that, to know it from experience and not just because of ego. Because, of course, ego is going to say, yeah, I'm special, I'm different. But it's almost as if this information proves it, you know,
Yeah.
because if everyone else is operating on an autopilot level, they don't even realize that. But if I realize it for myself and I'm able to remove myself from that automated thinking, yeah, that and
Yeah. Then
also
it's
being
like
able,
real thinking. It's like you're out of that remembering chakra cycle of memories and sense perceptions and how the world used to be and all that shit according to your past.
how the world used to be. I didn't even like that no more. That's what got me started on this whole generation thing. Like the world's already changed from whatever the hell we think it is. It's already changed. It's already different.
Yeah, hell yeah.
It's already different. And I see a lot of the people that I grew up with, you know, me just complaining about generation or whatever, that's nothing compared to some of, you know, what I hear other folks saying. Oh, I can't believe they doing this and da 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 da. But I see it now. I see how we get stuck in how the world used to be or what we're used to. Used. Ain't like that no more. I can't believe 6ix9ine and da 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 da. It's a new world. It's not how it used to be for you. So maybe it's better to not even try to cling on to any type of system as far as how the world should be. Maybe it's best to just be here now, present and aware of how you're functioning.
Because I mean, once you gain the ability to master yourself, since we're in a holographic universe and all that shit, you automatically gain the ability to control others because there's no others if it's only yourself. So if you gain mastery over yourself, depending on what aspect of self you gain mastery over, on that you gain mastery. If you gain mastery over spirit, then it's like everything below that you've gained mastery over too.
Yeah. Yeah. Like approaching these things from, I don't know if you got to the part about logical levels, but you know, where it talks about beliefs and then
Yeah, like hierarchical levels, like the yeah.
going to that fundamental hierarchy where spirit is at the crown of it.
Yeah.
Everything is under the crown. Everything is ruled by the crown.
Yeah. I mean, that's the same for like social dynamics too. Like if there's a group of people and you gain the favor of the leader, then automatically by default, the other people you gain some type of like competence in their eyes.
Instantly. So we operate on behavioral cues. We operate on symbols. Wow. I wonder.
I was hooping at the park one time, and this this old white guy, he started talking to me, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I worked for the army and all this stuff." He started talking about how like if there's a basically if someone like when someone gets out of jail, or like they're trying to track someone's patterns. So he used me as an example, because I was like, "Oh yeah, I come out here to play basketball often," and he was like, "Or I go to a park," and he was like, "All right, so if we were like profiling you or whatever, we know that wherever you move to in a couple of months or whatever, and maybe after a month, you'll be at a park playing basketball." And I'm like, "What?" At first I didn't really like understand what he was saying, but now it's like when I went to Arizona, I was playing basketball at a park within like 2 weeks. And he was just talking about the clockwork patterns of human beings. So it's like if the any type of agency is searching for someone, since they know that person's patterns, they know that after an amount of time, they'll be at a similar location, invoking that feeling or that response for themselves, because we just operate like clockwork.
Wow. That's amazing. I think the most amazing part, especially the most amazing part about being proficient at that, is how little amount of data certain people need to be able to determine all that. Like for some of us, we might need a lot more data to calculate that. But there's professionals who only need a little bit of data to be
Yeah.
able to track your patterns.
And the more like special, like the more or like the more experience that person has, the more they can operate off of little data. So there's
More
like,
accurate.
yeah, there's a like a restaurant in the UK basically, and a social psychologist like told the owner, like, because it was closed but the plates were still out, and they were like, I'll tell you the exact numbers of Americans in this restaurant that ate here. So like she just went around and she told him the exact number, and he was like, what the fuck? And basically it's because like in America we eat our dessert from like the inside out, one of the two ways, and in other countries they eat it outside in. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like who, like, I mean, I heard that a couple years ago, but that opened my mind to like think about the little shit like that, like how we eat, how we hold objects, if we hold it up or down, like all that type of shit. To like a trained specialist, like that, all that shit matters.
Yeah.
The angles your feet are pointing, like all is like, yeah.
That's what I was saying. You can't hide who you are. You can't. Eh, Not what? What's the quote? You can fool all the people some of the time, and some of the people all the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. There are so many indicators. Everything we do means something. We're nothing but reflections of what's inside of us. Nothing but reflections of what's inside of us. I love that. I mean, I don't really want to be a FBI, CIA inspector or anything like that, but I would love to be a whole lot more proficient at being able to read people like that with as little data as possible. I think I've got a passion
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah, like just off of like basically the clothes, all that. I mean, even with the astrology, like the facial structure, height, weight, all that shit. So we have the tools for sure.
Yeah. Data, data, data. When you got access to big data, you can figure out things like that. Mahakali. So yeah, everybody in the chat, I hope you guys enjoyed the Kybalion, because that, I guess it still can be one of my favorite books. Um, but the next book that we're going to go into is going to be a book called Tatwashuddhi. Tatwashuddhi. You've heard us mention it several times. All right. That will begin on May the 30th, which is the last Sunday in May, the first Sunday of June. May the 30th. In the meantime, we're going to be working on a 6-week challenge of intensive focus and study. So I did a survey. A lot of people mentioned how consistency and focus seems to be a concern. How you feel that you could be more consistent and more focused in your work. So we'll take the next 6 weeks to do just that. There's a survey that I have added in the chat. It's attached at the very top. Please click it, enter answer the questions that I have there, and enter the email address that you have. And I'll be sending emails to kind of help keep you focused and give tips and techniques and things like that. So if you haven't done so, go ahead and click. And we will definitely get into this. So I'm telling you a week in advance, so that everybody can be on the same page, so that everybody can be aware of what's going on. But yeah, also it'll be kind of good for us to take just a little bit of a break to recharge and catch up on some much needed reading.
Oh yeah.
What I've been thinking so far, still gonna work with this, see how it goes. But what I was thinking was, I was looking around, researching different study techniques, different comprehension, different retention techniques. One of them I found was the Pomodoro technique, and we mentioned that last meeting before we went live. But looking that up, I saw that there were like videos of people doing just that. They would be on live YouTube studying. They would go for like 25 minutes, then have a 5-minute break, and maybe talk with the chat or whatever. 25-minute study, back to the break. Some of them went for 50 minutes of study, then 10-minute break. That's another option. I'll be trying that one this week myself. But I don't think I might do that for the next 6 Sundays. Just have it a study session. And the premise of it is because I know that there are some people who don't know what studying looks like. Maybe something just that simple would help keep them on track. Another intent with that is, some of us are group type people. So if nothing else, we can block out that time and be sure to sit down and study. Maybe you could use me on the phone to prevent you from being distracted and going elsewhere, right? There's all types of different things. We'll see how that works out. If you guys don't really like it, then we might do something else. But if nothing else, the next 6 Sundays could be an opportunity for you to just block off that time to study, right? If you prefer to do maybe 1 hour a day, that works too. Or maybe 2 hours here, 2 hours there, whatever you want to do. The point is to make the commitment, make the sankalpa, right? To block out that time and actually do the work. So let me know in the chat if that's something you guys would be interested in. If you guys would like to use the next 6 weeks to help improve yourselves by focusing on a specific topic and creating a habit pattern of study.
All right, Trav, I'm about to head out.
All right.
All right. It's nice talking to y'all.
Nice talking to you.
Yeah. All right, Curve. Peace. Peace out, Trav. Peace out, chat.
All right. All right. Mm. All right. So before I wrap it up, like I said, be sure to take the quiz questionnaire thing that I have pinned at the top. For one, it'll help you clarify what you would like to commit to do, and number two, it'll help me to have an idea of the kind of things that you would be interested in moving forward. So speaking of which, if you could just let me know in the chat, what are some topics that you think you'd want to be getting into the next 6 weeks, and what are 2 books that you'd like to read for the next 6 weeks? Let me know in the chat. For me, I'm definitely going to read Taught with Shruti again. I'm going to read Samkhya Darshan again. I'm going to read the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali all the way through. And I've got a couple of books on marketing and NLP that I'm going to finish. Altogether, I think about 7 or 8 books that I'm trying to get through with. Just different books about self-discipline and focus and study habits. Like, yeah, trying to get supreme. Because it's not just about reading a bunch of books. It's about actually comprehending that information and transforming it from just data into useful practice. That's the whole thing. So I'm working on a way to get super efficient at absorbing the data and quickly transforming it into a part of my lifestyle. I'm pretty good at that already, but I want to get good enough that I can really even just communicate how it's done. I don't think it'll be too hard for me to get to that point. I would just like to see if there are other methods that I think would work better than the ones I already use. So yeah, I'll definitely be committing 8 hours a day strictly to study for the next 6 weeks. That should definitely help to get me through this pile of books that has been stacking up. Not to mention, I've got tons of new ideas that I want to try out. But before I move too fast forward, I need to finish some of these books and transform this knowledge into experience. And I'm sure a lot of you guys feel the same way that I do. But yeah, just let me know in the chat here if you have an idea of what books you want to read and what subjects that you want to get into during this time of focus. Tree Marie says she'll be focusing on NLP. Awesome, awesome. Rasta says the teachings of Don Juan by Carlos Castaneda. That's a good one. Sunshine Chick says I would like to learn more about NLP. Cool, cool. NLP and Vedic astrology. Lola Bunny says this book is called The Light Shall Set You Free. I'm reading again, figuring out my second book. Abner 7 says The Divine Comedy, Inferno. Yeah. Or even some important things in the Apocrypha. Matthew Watson says Taught with Shruti, Dharana Darshan, and Astrodynamics. Astrodynamics, yeah. Naturally Natured says Taught with Shruti and NPL Essentials. Ah, Dr. Frawley. Indeed. Yeah, there's so much. I'd love to read Agora. That'd be a good one. But I gotta finish my other ones first. Oh shit. Gerald Sunbright says, I'm going to try and get Mind War and Find Far knocked out. That's funny because I just pulled those two out of my stack last night. Those are good. Those are good. Very logical. The way he breaks down the subjective and objective reality. Really cool. Really cool. Prince Cthulhu says, taught with Shooty, Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, no BS time management, and some marketing courses. Yeah, that sounds a lot like my my loadout. Hell yeah. So we'll be on the same page, Prince Cthulhu. Sunshine Chick says, I want to learn more about the various yogas and finding which fits me. Nathan Large says, I'm going for 6 books. I got a lot of time. Vedic science, NLP, and some books on investing. Cool. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, this is an opportunity for us to really just push past whatever type of limitations or self-imposed constrictions that you may feel that you have. You can do more than you are doing. You can do more than you think you can. So this is a chance to prove it, to prove to yourself that you can achieve what you want. But it starts with the little things. It starts with the little things. There's all types of shit that we want to do. But the long journey starts with one step, as they say. And this is an opportunity to get a couple of little steps taken care of. All right. So, in case somehow, if you don't know, the next 6 weeks, we're going to focus on focus and consistency and discipline. So, click the link that I have pasted at the top of this chat. There's a quick little questionnaire. And it will be through the email that I will be communicating as far as each day of the 42-day challenge, just to kind of keep you guys motivated, keep myself motivated, and for all of us just to kind of be on the same accord, and to use the next 6 Sundays as study time. Basically, may not be as much talking as usual, but yeah, like I said, if you don't have any other time in your day, you can at least count on Sundays to sit down and get to studying. You can use this as a virtual library, if you will. Now, when we get to May 30th and we start Taught with Shooty, it's going to be a little bit different than the Kybalion. It's not going to be public like this is. It's going to be closed off because, I mean, let's face it, man. The sensitive information is not appreciated by everybody. So if you guys feel like you appreciate this information, by all means, remain joined with this study group. And if you haven't joined the membership, go ahead and do so. Doesn't matter what level, but just as a show of commitment to yourself that you take this seriously. So the Taught with Shooty book studies will be members only. And they may not go on for 8 hours because I really want people to be able to sit on and replay the information. So maybe about 2 or 3 hours. And it's going to be a lot more focused on the text, versus a bunch of random subjects or random conversations. It's another reason why I want to take this break is so we can actually read this book. And when we get to the book studies, we can actually talk about explicitly what's on the paperwork. So you will see that it's going to be a bit more focused than the previous book studies. All right. So, yeah, man. That's what we got going on here. That's what we got going on here. All right. So is there anything else? Anybody would like to say anything? Appreciate you guys being with me on this Kybalion book study. It was fun. And hopefully we can do this a lot more. Beautiful. Two gone. Maybe forever. They're lost. Silent Shadow Whisper says, "So I'm a new. I loved being a part of this. I unfortunately don't have the book plan to do the challenge. That's fine. Like I said, if you want to participate with Talk with Shooty, um, that's gonna start May the 30th. You got plenty of time, a whole month. Plan to do the challenge. That's awesome. It's not very difficult. Like I said, pick two books that you want to finish. Choose two subjects that you'd like to explore more the next 6 weeks. And then, of course, choose two of your long term goals that you want to kind of flesh out and clarify and really dig into. So that's the challenge. That's the focus for the next 6 weeks. Welcome, welcome. Peace, Matthew Watson. Peace, IDK, DKDF. Peace, Sunshine Chick. Peace, Prince Cthulhu. Peace, Tree Marie. Peace, Devon Birdie. Peace, Naturally Natured. Peace, Gerald Sombright. All right. That's that. Time for me to get back to work. Stick with it. You're almost there. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace.